Hello, hello. You may hear some gaming in the background of my audio. Just to be aware that that is a possibility. So you might hear a voice other than mine occasionally. But I am excited to try this out. And also, since I didn't mention it last time during the Slime Rancher 2 stream, I have added a little bit of a new visual touch to, I suppose, myself here. Based on what's on the screen, my lighting changes. So I have dynamic lighting now. Intense clicking got me wondering what game is going on. It's Castle Crashers. In the background while I do laundry, but hey, hello, Toon. Hope laundry's going well. Yeah, so with Castle Crashers in the background, there might be some more intensity going on in the background. But I will be the energetic anchor for today's stream. I'm doing pretty good, Jay. Hopefully you are doing good as well. I had a good visiting time with family yesterday, so that was why I moved stream to today. So I would have the best opportunity to hang out with family while they're here.
Oh, it's actually not level.
I was working on the thumbnail for this game series not very long before starting up the stream here. And I've made a habit of trying to put my face somewhere in the thumbnail. And usually it's a little more obvious because a lot of the games will put the protagonist sort of front and center in their promotional art. This game's promotional art doesn't really do that, so my inclusion of myself in the thumbnail is going to be a little more subtle, but I think it'll be fun. It'll be a very interesting game of Find the Hari.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate.
Oh, that's an interesting premise. Oh,
of the room has been
find the room that doesn't exist.
all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner.
No trouble at all, huh?
Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
Surely there's no actual time limit in the game, right?
Set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Oh my god, this sounds scary.
Sinclair, That definitely read like a legal document. Oh, there it is. The Sinclair estate. Can't wait to get lost and confused. All right. I have a 50 footprints in the corner. Okay.
Oh, miss.
Let me see if I can turn that mouse sensitivity up. Thank you very much. I don't want to look at the controls too much. I just want to see. Let's see. Oh, included. Oh, they're working on accessibility features. Okay. Hello, Bless. Welcome on in. We just got started. We had a fun little recording from Herbert S. Sinclair describing his last will and testament. Our task is to find the 46th room of the 45-room manor that he's got here on the estate. So we're basically trying to find a room that doesn't technically exist in a certain way. So this will be interesting to see. I have a notepad open on the side here. I'm just gonna make sure it's ready to go, because I am ready to take notes. I'm glad that it I'm so happy that it has a day counter. You can see exactly how long it takes me to figure this out. Opened only in the event of my death. I assume this is Sinclair. Let's see. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention.
Oh, we could have gotten better weapons.
No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. And you may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me, that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last... Bless you. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, "Don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path, and go where you want it to lead."
I died.
With all my love and wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. Alright, yeah, I think that sets the framework pretty well. I'm gonna turn up the mouse sensitivity even more. Hold on. Let's just crank it all the way up. So I see now we have 48 for our step counter. I'm assuming a certain number of interactions. And we have like a certain number of actions per day or something like that. I'll have to figure it out as we go.
You were saving me.
Let's check out this blueprint, the Mount Holly blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. Okay. Nifty. And it's also got its own call it a day button here.
Yeah, if we just go
Let's see. Entrance hall. This layout super heavily reminds me of the Clue board game. Just having these individual room art pieces like this. It's super Clue coded. Alright, entrance hall. Past the steps and beyond the grand doors, admission to Mount Holly is granted by way of a dark and garish lobby, suitably called the entrance hall. From here, each guest's adventure begins. However, the 3 doors that proceed onward do not always lead to the same adjoining rooms. So this is a permanent and blueprint type room. Okay. No rarity assigned to it because we start with it. Makes sense. So we've got a collection of all 46 rooms. Oh, the antechamber's in here. Okay. From its root meaning the room before, all signs and paths point toward the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room, resting on the 9th rank, may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. So the antechamber is listed as an objective. And then just room 46. Kind of sitting here aside from the 45 rooms that technically exist. Room 46, the mysterious room mentioned in H.S. Sinclair's will, named only by a number. Despite the house's official blueprint only showing a total of 45 rooms, the words of the legal document make it apparent that a 46th room in the house in fact exists. Finding this room is your primary objective while on the estate. It is, after all, your bequest. Rarity rumored. That's fun. So we have rooms 1 through 46. Then we have bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, and red rooms. That'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. Entrance hall at one end, antechamber on the other. Understood. What do we have here? Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 footstep. Okay. So I think I must have stepped outside and then back in. That's why I'm at 48 now. When you no longer have any footsteps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day.
Oh my God.
Okay. That makes sense. So it is kind of action-based in a way. Alright, well. Since I imagine we probably won't be finding our way to the end on our first try, let me take a look at my surroundings first. Just to see if there's anything of particular importance here. I feel like this might be of interest.
Oh my God.
And I'll organize my notes by room, I think. So let me see how I want to do this. Let's make this entrance hall has the painting with hand holding Ace of Spades playing card. I think that's the main piece of note here aside from this clock. I will make a note of the time here. It is, judging by the hands, I assume that would be, oh, it's still moving.
What's that? Oh.
Okay. So the clock is moving in time. Okay. I will make a note of that at least. Let's see if clock. Steadily progresses over time. So that might be important later. to know that
It heals you occasionally?
blocks are actually somehow keeping track of time. Or they're keeping some type of time. I don't know exactly how it will play out. Oh, select a room to draft. Oh boy, I get to choose. Oh, bedroom lets you regain steps. Okay. Closet has 2 items and hallway is a hallway. I think I'm gonna try a closet because I want to try to get as much information as I can. So I want to see what sort of items are available to aid me on my journey. So 2 items. One of them is single ivory die. While drafting, you may use it to roll new floor plans. Okay, so it's a reroll on room choices. Okay. Nifty. I got some new kicks. Running shoes occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Interesting. I wonder what that means. I wonder if most of that is flavor text and it's just you have a chance of not taking a step, but not costing a step when you go into a new room or something like that. Oh, there's another playing card painting here. I want to write that one down too. Let's see. See, right hand door has a painting with a hand holding Ace of Spades playing card on the right.
Medicine.
And then a painting of hand holding.
I just
That is a Queen of Diamonds. Queen of Diamonds card on the left. Okay. Just so I keep that in mind.
Excuse me.
I don't know if the hands will be important.
Oh yeah, we didn't buy potions.
Ace of Spades playing card on the right.
We got it.
I'll call it a delicate hand. And I'll call the one on the left a sturdy hand. Just so I can kind of keep track of it based on that too. Okay, let's check out. Ooh, guest bedroom just replenishes 10 steps. That's pretty nice. Oh hey, a nook would give a key. The den would give a gem. I want to test something with the guest bedroom. That gives us 10. Is that a one-time benefit? Because I feel like it would be potentially too strong to be able to just walk in and out of this room and keep getting 10 steps for basically for free. Let's see, we also have this gemstone here. Oh, I have a jewel. Cool jewel. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. KL, I think that's what that is. Okay, let me make a new section for the guest bedroom. There's gonna be a lot of clerical work at the beginning, I think. Just trying to keep things organized here. Let's see. So this is guest bedroom. We have letter from KL about mathematical dart game in the billiard room. So I'll keep that in mind for later. If we come across the billiard room, we have some idea of what we're going to be looking at when we get there. Okay.
Amazing. You've changed.
That's
You're getting
useful. There's a tree and a safety pin over the beds. I think I'm only going to keep track of certain details until I really get a sense of exactly what I'm looking for to a greater extent. Because I don't want to get too bogged down in trying to take notes of absolutely everything.
I died.
Oh, actually, let me take a look real quick. I wonder...
I'm like so careful.
Yeah, like you can see on my model when I go over the light, you can see the light kind of travel across me as well. Isn't that fun? I thought that was pretty fun. It's a little bit of dynamic lighting. Okay, so if I go back into the room... Okay, yeah, that is a one-time benefit.
Oh my god.
Makes sense. Okay, the storeroom would give us a key, a gem, and a coin.
Oh my god. I'm getting beat up.
Corridor is always left unlocked. Okay. Let's check the bedroom because it does have a connecting room, it looks like. I don't want to use the storeroom and just basically end the first day after only 3 rooms. So let's head in here and just kind of take a look around. Nice portrait. Greetings from Reddington. Back to the notes I go. Let's see, bedroom has greetings from Reddington card on the vanity table. And then portrait of a woman on bedside table. Some of this stuff may not be even remotely relevant to what I would actually need to know later on. But if it's giving me the option to interact with it specifically, that in itself feels like it might be worth keeping a note of. The trunk is locked. Okay. Let's see, locked trunk. Locked trunk at foot of the bed. Keep that in mind.
Oh my god. Okay, my ass.
Found a jewel in the guest bedroom. Don't know if that'll be a consistent spawn or if that's something that can be randomized as well. But I'll make a note of it in case I need those jewels for something later. A downward pointing hand. Okay. Parlor provides It looks like a jigsaw puzzle piece. Pantry would give coins. I do want to see the puzzle. Okay, welcome to the parlor. Hello, Herbert Sinclair. Let me create a spot in my notes here for this room. Let's see, this is the parlor. So we've got this wind-up key on the table. It's a component of the parlor game. Okay. Let's read the notes here. May the 2nd. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles. I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I've included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry.
There's no other weapons.
Okay. Let's see. Parlor game involves 3 boxes of different colors. Write that down. Let's read the other side. There will always be at least 1 box. Oh no. Oh no. Not the true the true teller and the lie teller. Oh no. The classic gambit. Let's see. There will always be, I'm gonna write this down, at least 1 box which displays only true statements. At least 1 box. There will always be at least 1 box which displays only false statements. Okay. And only 1 box. Only 1 box has a prize within. The other 2 are always empty.
Did we beat this?
Good to know.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I guess I should also check the room lists.
Oh no, we have.
Because entrance hall is room. Entrance hall is room 2? I wonder what room 1 is. I would think entrance hall was room 1. But I guess not. Let's see. I want to read about the rooms that we've been to so far. Let's see. Closet. A very modest recessed space used for storage. This particular closet is favored by the junior members of the staff, who utilize it to stash away assorted articles and knickknacks whose proper place in the estate is yet unknown to them. So it's a dead-end room. We figured that out. It's commonplace rarity. Oh, it even shows how many times we've used it. That's fun. And we have a couple of bedrooms. Let's see, bedroom. A familiar room that you may have slept in at some prior visit in the past. Like most bedrooms of the estate, these quarters offer you a little rest and recuperation during your long days exploring the surrounding rooms. It's also a common one. The guest bedroom is a dead end. Small bedroom maintained and kept available for accommodating weekend guests and impromptu visitors who find themselves compelled to stay the night. Which, of course, we are not allowed to do as part of the agreement. And then the parlor where we're at right now. This cozy lounge, furnished with couches and armchairs, serves as the perfect social setting for receptions and after-parties. Consequently, this was one of the most popular rooms for entertaining, and the late H.S. Sinclair was known to supply a myriad of parlor games to encourage his guests to think and conversate. Oh yeah, you have to think about the layout of this area too. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this will be the last room we have for today then. I didn't want to stop at 3. I got to 4. That is okay though. Because I'm at least getting a feel for how everything works. So here are the boxes. Let's see, the gems are in the true box. There's only one box in this room. Well, we know that's a lie.
Yeah.
We know that's a lie. Because there's at least 2, 3 boxes here. There are 4 boxes in this room. Since the game is described to only work with 3 boxes, we know this one is false. There are 4 boxes in this room also would be false if we're working with only 3 of them here. And since there's always at least one box which displays only true statements, that has to be this box, which says the gems are in the true box, which means this has to be the true box that has the gems in it. Ta-da! Beautiful. Well, good game, everybody. Oh. Oh. The bedroom. The bedroom works infinitely. So this one you can go in and out of as many times as you want. It basically acts as a free passageway in terms of movement. All right. Good to know. Good to know. I will keep that in mind. Is there anything... Oh, I can wander around outside. Oh, the shoe's activated. I saw the icon, so going outside would cost... It would cost, movement to go out here. Okay, so this gate doesn't work. I don't know if it's locked or if it's just something I'm not allowed to do anything with. I assume that gate over there is where I came in. So let's check out down here. Okay. Some sort of boarded up passage here. Looks like it might have been It looks like there's some sort of railway tracks in there. Check out the view though. I'm getting vibes of like Silent Hill 2 Toluca Lake from here. Oh, look at those archways down there.
Oh yeah, you did.
Wow, this is quite the environment here. Like, just this alone just sparks so much mystery. Like, what is going on down there? What is going on in that carved out cliffside? And what an interesting mountain formation. It looks somehow familiar. Oh yeah, this tunnel looks safe. Sure, I'll go into the dark tunnel with no light source. What could possibly go wrong? I do see some torch sconces here. It looks like it's just a storage area of some kind. Bunch of crates.
Okay.
I actually want to see how this looks when I step out into the light here. Oh, I love the lighting on my model now. That's so fun. Just adds a little extra bit of depth to my appearance, I think.
Oh fuck.
Very fun.
Oh, they hit them.
Let's check out the main entrance here.
Oh my god.
Did I just see the running shoes pop up? Is this? Sounds like a panel that's bolted into place here. Fascinating stuff. I did not expect there to be this much of like an outdoor component to everything. All right, this gateway I cannot interact with. Hello? Campsite? Campsite? Oh, this is my campsite that I'm sleeping outside of the estate, technically. Okay. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. Okay. It's cool that we actually see the location that we're resting at the end of each day. I also lost another step at some point. Let's see. Okay, so there is a... Let me make a notes section for the grounds as a whole here. Let's see. It looks like some sort of orchard here or something. Locked by a 4-digit combination.
I keep thinking I'm you. I'm not paying attention a lot.
Do that. Yeah, it's an orchard, definitely. So I will keep that in mind for later. I'm also trying to figure out where that extra step came from.
No, I just
Was that just
in the sauce.
getting close to the campsite, maybe? So we got some blast doors there.
Oh,
I have no idea what's back there. But I think that's about it.
Sinking.
So I'll make one last quick note. There was the there was the other note. There was the other gate, rather. Next to the entrance to the estate. Keep an eye on that.
Oh my god.
Alright, so we got 2 gems from the correct box in the parlor. We got 1 gem from the guest bedroom. Oh, I lost another step. When did that happen? What is causing that? Oh, the private drive is a separate area. I guess I should make a note of that. So let's see, we have the grounds as a major area. Let me see how I want to format this. We got the grounds there, and then we have a heading specifically for the private drive. The fact that this is a separate area must have some sort of meaning. I'm trying to make sure I can keep track of things properly here. This is gonna be all the rooms together. I figure I can also, reorganize some of this stuff in between streams, so I'm not doing all of the formatting on stream as part of the game experience. Because I do want to explore, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot to take in. I just want to get the general framework of notes ready here. Let's see, so the grounds, we have the private drive, and then we also have campgrounds, and that's where the orchard gate is located. I'll have to keep track of if private drive is still the same spot when we get over to the estate proper. So this private drive is one area. Oh, the grounds itself, the main entrance is separate from the private drive. Okay. I did see the running shoes trigger again. See, I think there's just a certain chance as we're passing through areas. For simplicity's sake, I can at least treat it that way. So let's see. So the grounds, I'll make a spot for the main entrance.
Oh yeah.
Since it doesn't have a name listed. So I'll just give it a name so I can keep track of it separately from the named areas like the private drive and the campgrounds. Okay. Clerical work is done. Let me test one thing real quick. So yeah, going inside. Yeah, I think the running shoes are just a certain chance to not cost a step when transitioning between areas. Alright, I think we call it a day. Tomorrow you will awake to find the rooms of the estate as well as your current inventory will have been reset. Alright. Day 1 in the books. We get a little bit of an overview here. It's kind of nice. Well, I like the stylized exit sign here. You can choose to save and quit right here. Interesting. I guess that's a pretty nice feature to be able to just say, okay, I'm good, and then just be able to leave from here without generating the next day's setup. It also makes sure that you know your progress is being saved. Alright, day 2.
Yeah.
I noticed the clock started at 8. I'm gonna make a note of that. Yeah, time starts at 8 o'clock. Whether that's AM or PM is unknown at this point. I would assume, given the lighting, that it's AM, but I don't know if that's even necessarily relevant.
I see.
The paintings look the same. Let's see what sort of rooms we have on offer here.
Also, developer.
Hallway, pantry, or guest bedroom. I don't think I need to worry too much about the guest bedroom right off the bat, because I think I'm not going to get through enough rooms for it to matter right away. So, I guess I can go to the pantry and see what the coins are about. At this point, I'm just finding out what the different rooms are. So let's see, the pantry. A well-stocked pantry is always the true test of a large estate, and keeping Mount Holly's wide gamut of ingredients and supplies stocked has always been one of the primary priorities of the house staff. Alright, that's room 21. I guess I should write the room names next to the headers here. So entrance hall is 002. Parlor is 005. And the closet, I guess I'll make a header for the closet. Let's see. 09. The closet just contains 2 random items. Just leave it at that. See, pantry is number 021. I got that here.
Oh my god. I swear, if only one of us can go.
Write that down. That gives 4 coins, I think, is what that is going to be. I'll have a well-stocked pantry? Absolutely. It's one of the things I've tried to keep on top of around the household. Oh, got some thermoses here too. Now let's read the note first. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. Alright, let me write this down. Note describes stocking up on fruit.
Oh,
And
there you go. 16 already.
5 apples, 5 bananas, and 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay, so there are 5 apples, bananas, and oranges scattered throughout, is my understanding.
You have to chase him.
Okay, so the fruit gives us an extra couple of steps. So we can keep track of how many. So there should be, in that case, 15 roots total. 5 of each of the 3 types. And that can help give us a little bit of a boost to our traversal capability. Okay. Let's draft our next room. The den has a lot of connectivity. The lavatory is a dead end. And then there's the corridor. I don't know what that means. Corridor is always left unlocked. Not sure what they mean by that. Which one to go to? I think for now the den would probably be the best choice because it has 2 room connections. I want to try and see as many rooms as possible and start gathering information. I think that would be the most valuable thing to me right now, is just finding as many unique rooms as I can. So, the den it is. A nice little spot here. Got a bunch of different clocks on the wall, including, gee, I wonder if this big ornamental clock has any meaning. But the specificity of these illustrations really has me suspicious.
I was clicking the wrong button, that's it. Oh.
Your kitty mouth is having a hard time closing. Maybe it has a little toothache. As soon as I go to look, yeah, it's totally fine. Might have been in awe of the numbers.
Oh, these guys are...
Because what did I write recently? I'm just very passionate about numbers, okay? Don't question it. It looked in awe 1000% about everything. Yeah, I think I know what it was. I think I have an idea. Thank you, though. Let's see. I want to make a note of this room. The den is... Den is room 17. So that goes here underneath the closet. Room 17 is the den. And that is just a regular old room. I don't know that I've ever seen such angry eyes. I don't have much reason to use them. I don't usually get angry about much. But they're there for the moments that do call for it. And the den... Alright, what you doing? What you doing with that duck? A more traditional family room, warm and inviting. So comfortable, one might assume that the countless clocks surrounding the sofas are placed in a futile attempt to avoid inevitably wasting the entire day here. They really do go out of their way to mention the clocks, huh? I suppose I'll make a note of that. Should be a jewel in here somewhere. I was gonna say the specificity of these illustrations feels very suspicious to me. Like, these have got to mean something at some point. I think I just lack
Oh, I'm dead.
critical context at this moment in time. And I'll take that jewel. See if there's any other interactive components to the environment here. Is that decorative or important? That almost looks like a lock. Let's see, which way do I want to go? I'll probably use this door and try to get some more entryways. Whenever you enter chapel, lose 1 coin. Oh, interesting.
I'll swear by that.
Interesting. Utility closet has a breaker box. And then there's the parlor again. It would connect to the left, though. So yeah, once you've drawn floor plans, you must select one to draft. That makes sense. Well, since we just got some coins, I suppose we can check out the chapel. Oh boy, the numbered stained glass. Okay. Numbered stained glass murals, I see how it is. There's definitely not a puzzle in here at all. Where does chapel land in the room lineup? Oh, it's a red room. Yeah, the red border. That makes sense. Okay. Well, new section of the notes document. Creating a section for the red rooms. And this is the chapel. Let's see if Roman numerals. Hello? Chiharu-chan, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Your voice is so nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I've worked very hard on it. Have fun discovering blueprints. I am already. I'm taking copious notes at the beginning here. I'm definitely the type of person who is fine with taking a slower pace to something like this. Because this is a very Stitch in Time Saves 9 kind of game, from my understanding. Just trying to keep some track of the environment, or at least having organized sections to be able to make easier note of things later and to find relevant information. It's a lot of clerical work up front, but I am more than willing to make it happen. Let's see, Roman numerals on stained glass murals will be the main note about this room for now. I wonder if all the red rooms cost a coin. I should keep that in mind as well. Costs 1 coin to enter. Just so I have that in mind. Alright. I figure I'll probably make more note of these murals when we have something of more direct relevance. It seems like, oh yeah, knowing what these murals are would be very helpful. I'm trying to find the right balance between taking notes and exploring rooms. Let's head this way. Hallway, closet, or guest bedroom. Well, I want to see new rooms, so let's check the hallway. Oh yeah, I should read the description for the chapel as well. Actually read this. A private sacristy, as ornate as the most lavish rooms of the estate, is watched over by 8 Ageran? I don't know, how would you pronounce that? Watched over by 8 angels depicted in stained glass. This room was more a tribute to your uncle's vanity than it was to his faith. I see. We're getting some personality lore here. Understood. A new section for hallways, since we have our first one here.
Oh no.
Let's see, hallways. Oh, it's just giving me a little bit of formatting trouble here. There we go. So this one is just called hallway. If there end up being multiple rooms that share the same name, I'll just number them in order of the in-game left to right sorting. But for now, hallway. One of the many nondescript hallways snaking through the estate and providing elegant causeways between the more noteworthy destinations that the house has to offer. Duly noted. Got a little spot for it there in the notes now. Let's take a look.
Winning strat.
So the description makes it sound like this is more of a throughway.
Oh my god.
Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. I want to make a note of that for sure. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Very curious what they mean by west wing. And this is butting up against the pantry. So we only have one other direction to go in this gem requirement. Oh, items for sale. It's a shop. Is the gem requirement just saying that that's what this shop trades in?
Uh,
Guess we can check it out because it's also got a way through on the other side thing. Little drop box here. Is that a trash can? Oh, they got dirigiblocks. My favorite game.
okay.
The water cooler. That is a super retro vending machine. Crazy work putting the arcade machine next to this old school dispenser. Interesting. Let's read the description for the commissary, and also make yet another new category in the notes. Let's see. This is shops. This shop is the commissary. Looks like there's at least a couple of things to make note of in here. Let's see. The staff commissary is always stocked with household goods and supplies at a reasonable cost. This provides the servants of the estate an invaluable service, especially to the live-in staff who may only expect to leave the property once or twice a month. Let's see. Items cost gems here. Rarity is standard, not just commonplace. You putting your notes on a bulletin board with lots of red string? If I had one, I would consider it just for the fun of it. If I did, like webcam streaming and had a physical space I could share, maybe I'd do something like that just for the visual gag. Actually consult a conspiracy board. That'd be cool. Maybe if I had a more advanced VR setup, I could do something similar. But yeah, I'm just trying to take notes. Let's see. Is there something else I was gonna do beyond that? I was gonna say there is another game that I played a little bit of that does uses that sort of red string version of note taking. I can't remember. Shadows of Doubt, I think, is what it's called. Yeah, Shadows of Doubt. It's kind of like a private investigator simulator kind of game where it randomly generates crimes that are committed, and then you have to investigate things like the crime scene and trace evidence and try to line up the information. And it has exactly that red string version of note taking, so you can have your own little bulletin board and you can save it. You can save multiples of them and have one for each of your cases, so you can kind of look back on cases you've solved, have them as sort of a memorial. I think that's pretty cool. I have not played it for a long time, but it is something I've been considering getting back into at some point, especially with community mods to help give it a little bit more juice, since I don't think it's being actively developed anymore. Let's see, commissary is closed from day 12 through 16. That's interesting. Wonder if there's any particular reason for that. And they have the annual Maid's Day sale for 2 days only, all items up to 50% off. Day 20 and 21. Let's see, items up to 50% off. Day 20 and 21. Okay. Let's see about this staff notice. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. Babbage is quite the name. Terminal password is scribble. Okay, so there's a staff notice regarding computer terminals in, let's see, at security and laboratory. With a password that is almost completely scribbled out. It looks like the first letter's an S, though. I'll just make a note of that. The S is basically the only thing you can see there. Okay. Duly noted. I'll make sure to remember that. Who's running this shop? Hello? Are you below the counter? I can't see you. Are you hiding? Where are you? I guess this is just one of those magical shops. Hi, what you doing? You can't treat customers like this. For sale today. Wait, my gem. Did I have a gem? Did it cost me a gem to walk into this room? I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention. Oh no, valuable information is slipping right out of my paws.
What it was in the middle.
3 coins would get 1 gem. 4 coins for a magnifying glass, 6 for a shovel, and 10 for a set of 4 gems. Bundle discount. Or bulk discount, I suppose would be more accurate. I don't know that I want to buy the gem. I don't know if I'm gonna need the coins for something else, but I don't know if I'll need the gem for something else. Let's leave it alone for now. Let's see what the next room I draft is gonna be. Now there's only one room that could let us go to other rooms. Well, that's nice, you can preview it on the blueprint map. It's not just for reference of where you've already been. That's nice. And since bedroom is the only one that's not a dead end, let's draft that one.
Fucking coin.
Let's see, we're at the bedroom. This is the Reddington postcard. Oh, the trunk is no longer there. So I'm gonna update my note. Say locked trunk can spawn at the foot of the bed. No guarantee. House history. Oh. Oh, that's fun. I guess you can see your previous days from the menu. And there's still that pointing hand statue.
Chillin'.
Gem requirement again for the courtyard. Let's check the Nook. I want to see what the key is about. Okay, so we're at the Nook. Wonder if Jay's in here somewhere. Which room? That is room 13. Lucky number 13. Let's get that set into its proper place in the lineup here. 013. Neighbors mowing the lawn. Suppose I'll need to do the same sometime soon. Now that the weather is finally stabilized and it's not bouncing between winter and spring every week, we finally have some stability in our weather. I can finally do that properly. Alright, I've got an entry for the Nook here. So let's check its description. Let's see. A snug corner reading room which serves as a quiet, private place for guests to spend a few hours of their afternoon away from the hustle and bustle of the staff. And now we have a key. I'll make a note of that. Contains one key. This is a nice little room. It's too bad I can't squeeze into the corner spot here. Ah, well, I suppose it's not meant for me. Oh, I see the door is locked. The door is locked. Okay.
Spam it.
Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. I'm trying to keep in mind that and see if there's any particular pattern I pick up on for that. Well, guess it's a good thing this room contains a key because we need it. The spare room. Drawing room has a gem requirement. I don't have any gems, so I'm thinking we'll probably go with the spare room. I'm curious to see how the drawing room works when we are able to go in there. Spare room is next. An unfurnished, unfinished, and otherwise unremarkable empty room. If there had at some point been plans for this spare room, it would seem those designs are now long forgotten. That's room 3. Oh, pretty early in the series. Understood. Spare room. Get its notes set up here. Yeah, they really didn't end up doing a whole lot with this space, huh? They didn't even finish painting. Let me finish what they've started. I've played House Flipper. I can do it. I think this might just be well, I don't know. It's not a hallway by designation. In terms of function, it kind of seems like it, though. Suppose we'll keep it in mind. Oh, speaking of hallways. Great Hall, 7 locked doors. Yeah, I don't have any keys, so that would be unhelpful to me. Storeroom, we're at a dead end regardless of which way we take it, so which of these would be the most valuable to explore? I am curious. I'm curious about the lavatory, since it's a dead end with no currency benefit. Plus it's day 2 and my man's gotta go to the bathroom at some point. Lavatory. Oh, it's a red room. Let me write that in the red room section. Oh boy, I'm already having to scroll quite a bit to get to different sections. That one is before the chapel in the order. So let's see, we have the lavatory. It doesn't have a cost to enter or anything. So let's see. A room one might go to great lengths to avoid showing guests, despite them always probing for its location. I suppose that's fair. Goodness knows a bathroom is one of the most difficult spaces to keep fully clean. I wonder what the red rooms are about. They have specific designations separate from the regular blueprint rooms. I think it's not part of the numbered series. I wonder. I'll have to see if there's some information later on that elaborates. Wait. But this room is supposed to cost? Oh, is it the cost to build the room? Oh, it might be the cost to draft the room. So the items themselves cost coins. Drafting the room costs a gem. That makes sense. That's why there's a cost listed on the drafting page. Okay. That makes more sense. I don't think there's really anything I can do with that at this point. I think way back toward the beginning we can go to the den and see what we can draft there, since we have coins. I didn't spend them because I'm smart and didn't completely lose all of them. Food for sale in the kitchen requires a gem though, so we can't do that. West Wing Hall would give us more room options. Utility closet breaker box. I'm assuming that the computer terminals won't be powered or something until we have the utility closet and can activate the breaker box or something. That would be my guess. Let me make I need to make the note of the lavatory. So I have that for later. Let's check out the West Wing Hall. Let's see what room that is. It's right next to hallway in the order. So let me write that down. West Wing Hall. Let's see, the West Wing. Oh, the West Wing. West Wing rooms are more like, West Wing doors are more likely to be locked. I guess we'll see how that plays out. The West Wing of the estate has been closed since the death of Lady Epson. It is unsurprising, therefore, that this hallway in its neglected state features boarded windows and dust-smothered furniture. So anything labeled West Wing will want to have keys for, potentially. Let's see. We do have a note, a little scrap of paper here. Ooh, that's an old staff notice, June 15th, 1983.
You're like, that'll be like,
Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any staff... Oh, that part's gone. May draft... Oh, that's gone. Let's see. Staff notice. From June 15th. June 15, 1983. Regarding the passing of Lady Clara Epson. And the drafting of West Wing rooms. Just keep that in mind. I'll make a little note of that area that's kind of ripped off there. Well, I've got two ways we can go. At least two doors we can interact with. See if we can draft in this direction. The garage is a dead-end room, gives 3 keys, requires a gem to draft it. I think we're running out of room here. We could do the parlor, because the storeroom will just dead end, but the parlor, we have at least one more room we can draft between the chapel and the lavatory there. So let's give the parlor a visit. Take the wind-up key. Get a nice look at the trees blowing in the wind outside. Alright, let's see what the clues are this time. The gems are on the floor. Well, clearly that's not going to be true because they're going to be in the box, so you're the one that lies. The gems are in this box. Okay. The gems are on the desk. These clues. These clues are so funny. Are the gems on the floor? Pretty clearly not. Are the gems on the desk? Pretty clearly not. Golly, I wonder which box is the one that tells the truth. That's so funny that both times we've had this room, the box that tells the truth basically just says, hey, the gems are in here. Open this one. What fun, what fun. Let's see what we get for another room. Whatever room we pick, this is a dead end because we don't have anywhere else we can build to. So let's pick something. I guess we could check the utility closet since that's already a dead end anyway. Just see what that room's about. The parlor game is so funny. And that makes sense now why corridor is always left unlocked. So drafting this room, you don't have to worry about it possibly containing a locked door. That's good to know. Could be useful to keep something like that in the back pocket for making distance deeper into the estate. Let's check out the utility closet. Which room is that one? That is room 31. Let me go over here and make a note of that. Here, we're going from 21 to 31. All right, 031. Utility closet. Now, I was considering playing this game with a controller, since it's not something I would really need fast reactivity from being able to look around quickly or something like that. I'm glad I chose to stick with mouse and keyboard though, because boy am I using this keyboard a lot. So let's see, we got the utility closet lined up here. Type of mechanical. Okay, that's our first mechanical room. Now let's see, one benefit of the restoration of old buildings is that it allows the owners to update and add modern amenities. The utility closet and the circuit breaker box within were set up when gas-powered lighting was retired and replaced by a more fashionable home electrical system. So utility closet contains breaker box. That seems to be the main importance of this room. And yeah, there's really no frills about it here. Oh boy. Danger. Toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC power if you require assistance. So there's breakers for keycard entry system. I'm gonna need to write this down. Yeah, it contains breaker box with several controls. Let me just write these down. Let's see, 2 switches linked to a keycard entry system. I'm wondering if maybe we need to power those. We either need those to be off so that we don't need a keycard to get into a certain location, or make sure that they are turned on for specific moments. I don't know. I'm just going to make a note of, I'm not going to try to speculate too much. I just want to write down the details. I just got to keep it simple. We have 6 VAC indicators. And I assume those are indicator lights, but I don't know what those are linked to yet. We'll keep that in mind. And then we have four switches linked to gymnasium, dark room, garage. We have 3 switches that are linked to gymnasium, darkroom, garage. And then there's 1 missing switch linked to cabinet, which is crossed out. Got it. It's all written down. I think that just leaves us with 1 other door in the West Wing Hall and then 1 in the den. So let's head back to the West Wing Hall. Let's see what we can draft over here. Boy, this second day is lasting a lot longer than the first one, I will say that much. We went from drafting 4 rooms to, gosh, 12 of them? 13? 13 rooms we've drafted once we get this one. Now, let's see, I want to check out the corridor because that one would be new. And also not a dead end. So let's bring up the corridor. Are you a hallway? You are a hallway. Okay, hallways. Under West Wing Hall, we put corridor. We can say it never has a locked door because it's always left unlocked. That seems like something very important to keep track of, especially if it's a straight shot corridor just going directly across the room. In terms of making progress from the southern to the northern part of the estate, being able to just have free passage through might be very useful. So let's see, a corridor, a long hall with 2 doors at either end that had been one of your uncle's most frequently traveled rooms. Consequently, he had left strict instructions with the household staff that the doors of this corridor should never under any circumstance be locked. Duly noted. Nice hat. Now there's the blueprints. And another room to draft. Ooh. Office has a spicy gem requirement of 2. We do have 2 gems, and it would give us 1 more opportunity to draft a room. Opportunity to earn and spread coins. What do they mean, spread coins? You know what? You got my attention. I'm curious what you mean by spread coins. It's got a fun little computer terminal. Okay. Opportunity to earn and spread coins. I really wonder what they mean by that. Where is office? That is number 24. So I'll go back up to the rooms. We go underneath pantry. And this is room 24. Office. I just throw them all around, just go full Meowth payday mode and just start shooting coins all over the place. The late Sinclair's personal home office, a room he used exclusively for business affairs and the running of the estate, a task he took increasingly more satisfaction in overseeing in his later years. Type spread. That's its own room type? Huh. Interesting. Okay. I see another hand statue. It's doing a funny little left point. Well, you want me to look at this guy? Oh. Is that Lady Espen? Perhaps. I feel like I'm lacking enough context to not be able to really say for sure. I don't want to make any rash assumptions. Flan. The flan has been located. Ooh. Hello, drawer. Drawer with a note in it. Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Okay, had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings or Herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Fun. Okay, let's write that down. Note in desk. Also mention of Reddington. Regarding purchase of books in Reddington. I do remember we saw a postcard in the regular bedroom on the vanity table. It had the greetings from Reddington postcard on it. Possibly relevant, could just be getting familiarity with the name Reddington. Let me write down these titles, because the next time we come into this room, I'm wondering if the titles will change or not. And I'll make a note of the color of the text as well, because clearly having one of them be a different color than the other text, that feels specific. Let's see, we got Fall of the Lord. Passing of the Barons. And Herrings/Hearings of the Major. I'll just make a note of that little extra piece of the puzzle as well. Okay, and then there's something in here that has this rotation. Oh. Oh. Interesting. There's a safe over there now. Let me make a note of that. Saved desk drawer contains a switch that reveals, it looks like a combination safe. Let me go take a look at this thing. I don't think there's anything else in the drawer. Okay, let's see. How many digits are we working with, I wonder? Okay, so it's got very minimal feedback. We don't know how many digits. I'll make a note of that. It's a very secretive safe, that's for sure. There's a note on the desk. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there is enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives. So just make sure the west and east levers are operational. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken. Make sure the west and east levers are operational. We haven't encountered the greenhouse yet, so I don't know what room number that will be, so I'll just make its own distinct section down here I can copy and paste later. The greenhouse. Let's see. Antechamber lever is broken, but the west and east levers should be operational, and I'll update that whenever we actually enter the greenhouse at some point. I imagine that would be important to make sure if we try to use the greenhouse to access the antechamber, that we would need to either be entering from the eastern or the western side. So I assume it's the northern lever that would have to be broken then, because that's the only other direction we could actually approach the antechamber, right? Because room 46 would be north off of the blueprint entirely, because it's not part of the blueprints. So we would not be able to use the greenhouse to enter from south to north. We'd have to come through from either the eastern or western entrance. Good to know. Okay, let's go back to the office part of my notes. Good golly. It's a lot to keep track of here. But it should make putting the pieces together later when we need to try and actually navigate from end to end with more direct purpose a lot easier. Welcome to Mount Holly Home Office. Okay. So we can run payroll, we can spread gold in estate, or log into network. Let me make a note of we have to write the greenhouse note on the desk as well. Note on desk about greenhouse antechamber lever being broken. I already wrote down the relevant information in the greenhouse section, so I'm not going to worry about writing it again in the office area. So let's see, computer on desk with multiple options. There's the option to run payroll. There's the option to spread gold in estate. I don't know what that means. Or log in to network. So see, I think everybody's earned a payday. Let's run payroll. After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarter and maid's chamber currently on the estate. Okay. So run payroll. Places checks in every currently drafted servant's quarter and maid's chamber. Now it's kind of eerie how little music this game has room to room. It really is just me and the notes. No music to really distract from the process of acquiring and organizing and rationalizing knowledge. Okay, I'm not going to run payroll because I don't think there's anything. I don't think we have any of those drafted, so there would be no point. What does spread gold in estate do? The office can facilitate a modest distribution of coins withdrawn from the staff incentives program. These coins are spread, distributed in a number of rooms currently active throughout the estate. So this distributes coins from the staff incentives program across a number of currently active rooms. Just writing down what each one of these does so I can refer to them in the notes later. I don't know if the staff incentives program is something I directly interact with or if that's for flavor. Let's check the login. Ah, this has a terminal password. Okay, so this requires terminal password, which I'm just going to leave as question marks for now because I don't know the terminal password yet. Okay. I'm going to hold off on using the spread gold because we can draft one more room. So I think for now that's about all I can do in here with the knowledge I currently possess. Until I have a terminal password and or a combination for this safe, there really is just the functionality of running payroll or spreading gold. We'll keep that in mind. Alright, final draftable room unless we can do something with the entrance hall. Oh, there's the courtyard. We don't have any gems though. Wine cellar is new and it gives us gems. Now before I go in there, I do want to try out the gold spreading. Try it out. Function successful. A number of gold coins have been withdrawn from the staff incentives program and spread throughout the estate. Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know if the staff incentives program is something that I engage with, or if that's just flavor, but we'll find out at some point, I'm sure. So let's see, what number is the wine cellar? Wine cellar is number 18. Right next to the den. Let's write that down real quick. Number 18 is the wine cellar. This room contains 3 gems. Alright, let's see. Wine cellar. Rarity unusual. Okay. A short staircase leads down to this below-ground cellar, revealing an impressive collection of bottles from every respectable vintage of the last 200 years. To the seasoned wine aficionado, the labels displayed here would indicate a preference for prioritizing extravagance and rarity over quality. Now we're getting a pretty good character portrait of Herbert Sinclair. Is definitely about the extravagance of things rather than the substance necessarily. And we get 2 ivory dice. Okay, so we can reroll floor plans if we wanted to. And possibly a family crest of some kind here. I don't know, should I make note of this? I think I am going to make a quick note of it. Let's see, the helmet facing left over a shield depicting, it looks like holly berries. Holly berries, a swan, and 2 spade symbols. I'm gonna get some more detail about the surrounding aspects to the symbols. Okay. Just in case that crest means anything later. Oh yeah, I need to write down the Roman numerals as well. Roman numerals at bottom are. Now, unfortunately, I have not brushed up on my Roman numerals, so I wouldn't be able to decipher that without looking to see what the letters mean. I only know the more common ones, the X, the V, and the I. We do have coins, so we can still go through here. I wonder if whenever you enter the chapel, lose 1 coin. I wonder if we run out of coins, if we can still go through there. And since we just don't have anything to lose, we don't, it makes no difference. Or if we literally cannot go through the room without coins. I'll have to test that out. We've got 1 more direction we can go here. This entrance hall truly is the last doorway that we have access to right now. So let's see what we can draft up. Dining room. Each day a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. Oh, interesting. Is that a form of permanent progression, I see? We have no way of getting to rank 8 because that's basically, that's really close to the antechamber. I'm trying to kind of space out the rooms. I think that's, yeah, antechamber is rank 9, isn't it? So you basically have to reach the rank right before the antechamber to be able to make use of the dining room's bonus. That's something to strive for. Let's see, I do want to use the dining room because it gives us 2 options for new room drafting and also doesn't cost a gem. So let's check it out. All right, dining room, which number are you? Figured you'd be close to the end. 41. Let me get that written down here. Room 041. Dining room. Contains a meal after reaching rank 8. Let's see its description here. An intimate and warm room with a large dining table boasting a serving tray with a silver dome cover. Dinner is served here each evening. And it's standard rarity as well. So once we actually can make use of its benefit, it shouldn't be terribly uncommon to come across. Good to know. I don't think there would be much else to do in here since we can't make use of the benefit. So let's see which way I want to go here. Let's try going north again. See what we roll for drafting here. Oh boy, that dark room looks scary. that preview, that's terrifying. Oh, the bunk room counts as 2 bedrooms. Does that mean you could walk in and out of it multiple times and get constant benefit from it, I wonder? Or would it just provide 4 steps, similar to how the guest bedroom gives a certain number of steps for walking into it, and it would just be a one-time benefit? Oh, the dark room, you cannot see the floor plans while drafting in this room. Interesting. Does that mean you just have to pick one at random? Oh, that's an interesting trade-off. I don't know. Do I want to go there or do I want to go to the boudoir? I don't know. I do want to try and see as many rooms as possible. So I want to go with the sure options first. I'm sure we'll get the dark room again at some point. Welcome to the boudoir. Where does this land on the... Oh, this lands as a bedroom. Okay. This is a bedroom area. It's between the bedroom and the guest bedroom in the list. Get the notes ready for this room. A private salon with a plethora of fainting couches and chaise lounges. Long use. That served both as a dressing room for her ladyship in the mornings and a cozy sitting room for her in the evenings. Okay, standard rarity. There's a coin purse. Okay. Each time you collect 3 coins, earn an additional 1 coin in interest. Nice. Make a note of that. That could come in handy. It's a pleasant little room. Get a closer look at that picture. Oh, Christmas. Oh, there's a safe inside that present. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me write this down. See, large safe. Let's see this picture. mirror shows a large safe partially wrapped in gift wrapping. Don't know if there's further meaning to be extrapolated from that. It's in the wall here. And I assume this is the same kind of thing where it doesn't have an indication. Yeah, they're keeping it cryptic. Okay, let me write that real quick. What did I write down for the office? Unknown number of required digits. I want to try and keep my note-taking consistent here. I think that settles the contents of the boudoir. There's a lot to take in here. I've been taking a lot of notes. We're already up to... I do try to space my notes out so that the text is more readable, so it's not super consolidated. But we are already up to 6 pages. It's very generously spaced for readability, but we are up to 6 pages. Okay, let's see what we can draft here. Oh, there's the gymnasium. Oh, the mail room is interesting. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'm thinking gymnasium. I want to check that because it's got more room openings. We do lose extra steps for it though. I love that it's a basketball icon that brings it up. All right, gymnasium, where are you? The list. Is that a... Oh, it's a red room. Yeah, okay. Red rooms. I don't know if there's any... I wonder what designates them. Like, what's the difference between the green rooms and the red rooms? What ties them together into their own unique categories like this? That's going to be interesting to try and figure out. Let's see, gymnasium. Let's see, lose 2 steps upon entry. So it costs a total 3 steps to actually go through, to go into it. All right, let's read this one's description. Let's see, a half court intended for basketball and racquetball, which is seldom used by anyone apart from the junior staff during their lunch hour. At least they did before Mrs. Babbage disallowed the practice after noticing how worn out staff members were after a game. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Oh, the squeak. It's such a gymnasium thing to have just a little bit of squeakiness on the floor. Let's see what we can draft. I want to try and keep going toward the most open spaces. See what we can do. Don't know if there's anything else that this room does specifically. Beyond just being a more taxing space to walk through. And a storeroom would be a dead end, so let's do the veranda. Costs 2 gems to draft it. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Okay, so there's a connection. As far as the green rooms go, I think this is our first green room as well. So off I go to make a new category for the green rooms. And then this one is veranda. I'm gonna put a little more space between the section headers here. Try to make this a little more readable at a glance. So let's see, we have the green rooms, that's the veranda there. I think that's where we'll go to next. I'll draft that room up because we can keep going forward. The other 2 rooms would be dead ends. Oh, veranda, here we go. Ooh. Yeah, nice spot here. A room on the blueprint that just lets you look outside more directly. You could almost just go out there. See, this room costs 2 gems to draft. Increases item chance in other green rooms. We'll see if there's anything else here. Mostly just a nice spot to be. Oh, maid's chamber. Well, that's some funky text gradients they got going on there. Less likely to find items laying around in your house. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. And kind of weird that it's got a multi-type of border like this. It's like kind of a red room, but also not entirely a red room. Well, I think I am gonna go with the dark room this time around. It's the only way to keep moving forward. And we'll just have to hope we get good luck with whatever we draft after it. So, off to the dark room. Ooh, hello, epilepsy warning. Good gravy. I guess that's where you would need to perhaps go back to the breaker box in the utility closet and fix up the... Oh, the gymnasium had a switch as well. I wonder if the room is off, the electricity's off in here. I wonder if that matters. Okay, dark room comes after the gymnasium. Let me write that. Here. Darkroom. Unable to see floor plans when drafting next room. Okay. Dark room. A room dedicated to photo processing, development, and printmaking. This room is outfitted with safe lights, which provide red illumination to which the photographic material is insensitive. However, due to a faulty installation, the safe lights often overload their circuit capacity and blow a fuse. So I'm going to take that to mean that it's likely to need a breaker reset in the utility room. So since the lights are off, can I even draft the next room? I assume having the lights off in here changes something, that it would be important for me to be able to have the lights on in here for a specific reason. It's locked. Not with a key, though. I think I would have to go back to the utility closet. So let me think about this. Considering that the gymnasium also has a breaker, I guess I should write down possibility to need breaker reset in utility room. And the thing about the dark room is that it specifically has a greater chance of needing that breaker reset. It's called utility closet, actually, isn't it? Yeah, utility closet. Okay. So I'll make sure I name this correctly. And having the circuit tripped for a room makes it incapable of drafting subsequent rooms. Music room, one major key, one minor key. I love that. Gosh, I wish I had another gem so I could go in there. But I think we'll go with the walk-in closet instead. So let's see, that is right next to closet. Fair enough. Let's scroll all the way back up toward the top of my document here. This is room 10. Let's see, costs 1 gem to draft, but it contains twice as many items as a regular closet does. Let's see, walk-in closet. The stylish and smart clothes in this generously sized closet belong to the former mistress of the estate, Lady Epson. Though the small dressing room has not been used in many years, it is nevertheless kept up and preserved in the state you now find it. Okay. Let's take a look around. A tag with the number 10 on it in the illustration. I wonder if that means something. There's a lot of these illustrations around. Not sure how many of them mean something specifically. Let's see, we get a gem. So we got our drafting cost refunded, basically. There's a key. We got a salt shaker. Ah, okay. So the salt shaker, whenever you eat food and gain steps, you gain an extra step. It's pretty nice. So yeah, this probably is Lady Epson then. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, cupcake. Oh, nice. Perfect. We're already putting that salt shaker to use. Salting the cupcake. Perfect. I'm sure that tasted great. Gave me an extra step at least. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have enough steps to get all the way to the utility closet and back. But since it's the only other thing I can really do anyway, we might as well just see what happens. If we don't have enough steps, then that is what it is. I've encountered a lot of new rooms though. I'm not gonna have enough coins. I guess we'll get the we'll get the chapel experiment out of the way as well. We'll find out what happens when I attempt to enter the chapel with 0 coins. Kinda wish I had those running shoes right about now. Oh, look, coins. I forgot I spread gold all over the place. I guess I could turn on the garage too while I'm here. I don't know if having more or less circuits active has any impact. Yeah, I forgot I had done the gold distribution, spreading coins around, so I guess the chapel experiment's off. Not that I think it'll really matter much for this anyway. I'm gonna run out of steps thanks to the gymnasium. Look at that. We're running out right when we get back to the dark room. Oh no. You have used all your steps. We made it back to the dark room. You have pushed yourself to the very edge of exhaustion and must now return to your campsite to get some rest. You can continue your search tomorrow. However, the house might be a little bit different. Only a little bit? What do you mean only a little bit? Not too shabby though. That's much better than the first. That was a much better run than the first one in terms of getting to see. Look at that. 19 new rooms. Nifty. Got so many pages of notes now. We're on page 7. Page 7. It'd be interesting to see how much time I spent on each of the runs. Because that run definitely lasted for a good long while. Oh, back again. Let's just keep exploring rooms, I think. So now that I've experienced a decent spread of rooms, I can now start trying to make attempts to get closer to the antechamber with what information I do have at my disposal. Then anytime I come across a new room, I'll probably prioritize that so I can learn and gain new knowledge. So let's hit up the pantry first. Grab the coins. I'm not going to worry too much about optimizing right now, because I still have a lot to learn, I'm sure. We could do corridor and then hope for a left turn. Because the Nook is just going to bring us back to the entrance hall. I might want to save the corridor. I think the idea is that you can only draft each room once. Now let's go to the Nook. Having a key would probably be good. I don't want to use the corridor too quickly. A journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. Already way ahead of you, game. I was prepared from the moment we hit go. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Why is the word beside written differently? Why is the word beside written differently? Why is that written in a different font? I'm going to make a separate note of this. Let's see, beside. Written in different font. Just because that feels specific. I am aware of what House of Leaves is. I understand that font differences might actually matter. The way something is written. Chapel, huh? If we did bedroom, that would make a closed loop. We could go for that and then just do the entrance hall, take the western exit, and hope that we don't get railroaded directly into the exterior wall of the building. Because I don't know if I want to put the chapel down this early. I could go for items. Well, let's do bedroom. There might be something in here. And that makes this whole loop basically of a net neutral, having gone through that way. Let's see, I think the den is going to be the option here. Let's go to the den. We can grab a funny little gem here. There's the courtyard. That costs a gem, but it is a new room, and I do want to see as many new rooms as possible. So I'm gonna make that purchase there. Let's see, where do you fall in the room order? Oh, you are a green room. That makes sense. It is literally a green room. Let me get one set up for courtyard. See, it costs 1 gem to draft. Courtyard. A charming spot granting guests a bit of fresh air and open skies within the privacy of the manor walls. Yeah, it's a nice, tidy little spot. At least it would be tidy if there wasn't construction happening. Oh. Oh, a sledgehammer can shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Okay. I don't know if that's a set spawn for this room, but I'll write it down. I'll keep that in mind. Seems useful to have. So here's anything else that stands out here. I think we'll draft to the next room. What do we have for options this time? I might go with West Wing Hall here. Just because nursery, if I make nursery, it's gonna completely block us off from making any progress at all. And I'm gonna prioritize room potential rather than strictly the new, especially since I don't have the gem to draft it anyway. Interesting effect though. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. West Wing Hall it is. So that we're not completely locked into the corner. Then we'll draft this direction. I guess we're going with the spare room. Nothing going on in here. Well, I can't draft the garage, and that would dead end us anyway. So let's play the parlor game. Let's see which of the boxes are liars today. This statement appears on another box. The blue box is empty. This statement appears on another box. Okay, well, since this statement appears on another box, these are both truth tellers, which means the blue box is not empty, which means the blue box would have the gems, right? There you go. Perfect. Perfect, we got it. I understand how the parlor game works. I know how to discern between truth and lies. What's up next? Oh, it's locked. Let's unlock it. Then let's see. Do I want to use the corridor? I could probably roll through the commissary real quick. I do have 4 coins to work with. I do want to save that corridor. I didn't even look at the side panel artwork for the arcade machine. Oh, it's pretty nice looking. Oh no, I don't know if it's just me, but I see these airships, these dirigibles, and I just think of, what was it, Guns of Icarus? I never played that game, but I saw a tiny bit of it. It seems kind of interesting premise-wise. I think it's meant to be like a team versus team airship battle, basically. Kind of like what I imagine Sea of Thieves is like now, but with airships instead of Sea ships. I can't afford any of this. I don't have enough coins for any of this. Metal detector. Metal detector. What an eclectic mix of goods you have here. Salt shaker, shovel, sleeping mask, metal detector. What do all of these things have in common? I almost feel like if I really tried to analyze this terminal password, I might be able to get some more information out of it. That feels like something I would probably only do if I was really stuck with no other options, though. Well, this is where I would want to use the corridor to try and just make northward progress. So off we go. If anything spawned in here? Oh yeah, these were windows before, because we were on the outermost part, right? Yeah, because we had the corridor on the outermost part of the estate blueprint. Oh, that's fun. That makes sense. Kind of makes me wonder what the veranda would look like if we weren't on the edge of the blueprint area. There's that chapel again. We could use the dining room to try and keep moving forward. Do you want to try and get to rank 8 so that we can use the dining room's benefit? I think we'll try it. Ooh, a coupon book. Save 1 coin on each purchase you make in the estate. That's handy. Save 1 coin. I guess in that case I could afford the salt shaker now. Oh, there's that illustration with the 10 again. And we're only a couple of ranks away from being able to get the dining room's permanent benefit. I guess maybe it's not a permanent benefit. Maybe it's something where it's like you have to get to rank 8 and then come back to the dining room. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how it pans out. That's locked. Tragic. You hate to see it. And +1 star for each time you've drafted an observatory, implying you can draft multiple. Oh, day to day, the more times you draft it, the more valuable it becomes each day. Okay, that makes sense. That's what they mean. Well, since the other 2 are dead ends, well, we could get a key, though. I do want that key. I think we'll do that for now. We haven't been in the storeroom before, so I do need to make a note of it. So let me find that part. Let me scroll all the way back up in my document. That is room 12. Storeroom. Contains 1 key, 1 gem, and 1 coin. Nice little spread of resources. A dedicated storage space filled from end to end with a surplus of chairs, carpets, paintings, and a handful of other things that had, at one time, been in vogue and on display elsewhere in the house. Oh, and a locked trunk too. Sledgehammer away. Ooh. The key to the secret garden. Well, that sounds mystical. I wonder how that works. Key to the secret garden. Where would that even be? Oh, special keys. Oh. So I can either use a normal key or I can use a special key. I kind of want to use the special key. I kind of want to see what the secret garden is. Oh, I have to use that on the right door. Okay. Interesting that they did let me have that choice though. Boiler room power source. Power source. This room's gonna be a complex one. Look at that door there. What is that? I'm gonna pick the hallway. See if it will let me go through. Oh no, the door is locked again. It's so close. And I'm assuming the secret garden key doesn't fit here either. No. Okay. I'll see if I can go over here. The pool. Oh, weird. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. So drafting this room unlocks 3 other rooms as a possibility to work with. I think for 1 gem, I think I'll do that. If only for the capability to enter a new space. And it also has a northward facing door in this case. Let's see, which room number are you in the list of everything? You are room 29. Room 29. The pool. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room. To draft pool. For the current day, I want to make sure I've specified that. Alright, the pool. An indoor Orindian pool was one of the more modern additions to the estate, the inclusion of which provided a convenient excuse for building a handful of other rooms which not only complement an indoor pool, but are often compulsory inclusions. Definitely interesting to have a room that adds other rooms as possibilities. Secret garden, finding it won't be easy. Indeed. I assume that there's probably one specific type of room. Like one of these rooms I can draft as a doorway to the secret garden. If I had to guess, it would probably be one of the green rooms. Oh, I can't go in the water. They won't let me swim in the pool. What's the point of having a pool if I can't swim in the pool? Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. Interesting. Also no running. Yeah, no running by the pool. What is this? It's a little water catcher. Little water net kind of thing. Always good to have those around if you need to get something out of the pool. Other than that, just having an explanation of how the room drafting system works. I suppose that's interesting. Kind of late in the process for me to be getting this information. But hey, it's good that they have an explanation for it available somewhere. And gives it a little bit of a diegetic presence in the world. Oh, this door's locked too? I'm gonna try this key on every single locked door. I don't care if it's gonna work or not. That door's locked. This one isn't. They really don't want me getting to rank 8. They do not want me in there. I might bite the bullet and finally draft the chapel. Not like I'm really using the coins for anything else at this point anyway. And it gives me another chance to try and get into rank 8. I definitely get the feeling that I'm probably going to require at least one key to get to rank 8 regardless. It seems like they're kind of setting that up as an expected barrier. But we'll find out. Can I go? That door is locked. Get me to the secret garden. Nope. Alright, so I'm going to need to find another key to get in there. Bless you, use the pool net to catch rogue birds. By rogue birds, are you referring to chickens or like just straight up wild birds? In defense of things like crops or something of the like. This door's also locked. Hello? I guess I'm backtracking. We're going all the way back to the West Wing Hall. Like when my quails get out of their cage. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of figured that's what you meant, but I've thought I should clarify or ask for clarification. We're going all the way back. All the way back to the West Wing Mall. Yeah, I mean, I could have afforded the shovel with the coupon book. But I don't know what I would even use the shovel for. Use them for chickens as well. Easier than chasing them when you have to harvest a bunch. Ah, yeah, I can imagine. Oh, hello, sauna. Tomorrow you will start the day with 20 extra steps. Yes, please. Definitely. We're not going to make any more progress on this particular day anyway, because I have no other ways to get more keys. So I might as well make the next day more beneficial, potentially. Now let me get the room information for it here. That is room number 37. Room 37. Sauna. Provides 20 extra steps on the next day. I think that is all the notes I need for the sauna. A traditional wood-lined Hararikan? Not entirely sure. Hararikan style sauna, temperature controlled and exceptionally relaxing. The invigorating effects of this room will leave you waking up the next day feeling rejuvenated. And this one I think has the most types we've seen on a single blueprint so far. Tomorrow Blueprint Dead End Edition. I think that just about settles. Wait. Secret garden key. I have this key. I might as well explore the grounds and see if there's any possibility that it's out there somewhere. I'm not going to be able to put these steps to use anywhere inside of the estate. Inside the building proper. So I might as well just go around and see if it opens any of the locked areas. Though I don't think I've had anywhere that requested a key from me. So that may just be me being hopeful without proper cause. I might as well take a look around since I can't do anything inside the building at this point anyway. Do wonder how much there is to do out here on the grounds aside from the interior location. I also love that this gate is locked by a 4-digit combination. I totally could not hop this waist-high fence. There's no way I could possibly get in there without opening this specific gate right here. Definitely not. I guess that's why they've given me 0 jumping capabilities. Well, I said I wanted to play something different from a platformer, and boy, you can't get much more non-platformer than not being able to jump at all. Well, we won't find the secret garden this time around. But we at least know the key exists as something we can find, and we can keep an eye out for where we could use it in the future. Who knows? Maybe the day that we find it is closer than we think. But we'll call it a day and move on to the next one. I'm gonna get a few new rooms, and I'm starting to get practice with making attempts to make forward progress toward the antechamber. I imagine people are probably trying to figure out, because it does have a ranking based on how many rooms you've placed down. I imagine there's probably people that have already managed to fill the entire blueprint in a single day. It's probably incredibly difficult to do so, because you are somewhat beholden to the luck of the draw. That would be really interesting to see once I've actually finished the game for myself. See what other people have been able to accomplish in that regard. Because I get the feeling that trying to fill out the entire blueprint in a single day is perhaps a little outside the scope of what I'm likely going to attempt. Certainly for a long time. I think just getting from start to finish is going to be... That's already a task in and of itself. So let's see what we get here. Liking the idea of going with the den. Gives us some options to work with. We get the gem from the middle, and we also get 2 doorways. I guess we'll go with the commissary so that I don't get dead-ended here. Whoa, key card. The security door is locked by electronic key card. Okay. So I wonder if I deactivate that, if that will make a difference. Yeah, the illustrations are these different than they were? I can't remember off the top of my head. See, we have magnifying glass for 4, the sledgehammer for 8, sleeping mask for 8, running shoes for 8. Keep that in mind. I know what the running shoes and the sledgehammer do. I assume the sleeping mask would probably interact with the bedrooms and or doing something similar to the sauna where it provides extra steps the next day after sleeping, but I think it's probably bedroom related if I had to guess. No way to see what they do without buying them though. So let's head back and draft in this direction. Now, for the sake of testing out the keycard stuff, let's make the utility closet. See if there's anything else in here. Keycard entry system off. Let's see what that does. Does that make it open? No, it just powers it off so that I cannot use it at all. Okay. I guess I'll turn it back on for now. I'll make sure that the circuit breakers are on as well. And we will draft in a different direction. Let's see what we got here. Storeroom would be nice for supplies, but not really particularly helpful right now. Let's put a hallway here. And then see if we can go... Let's go through the nook. Let's get a key. Key would be nice to have. Secret passage leads to a room of a color of your choice. Interesting. I don't have a gem, so I can't check it out right now. Spare room, so we can keep moving forward. Oh, nice. We can actually see outside because we're on the edge of the building. Nice. Greenhouse. The greenhouse is a dead end, though. But they said something about antechamber levers in the greenhouse. So I feel compelled to check this room. If only I had a gem. If only I had a gem. Now we can go through the pantry. Grab ourselves a snack and some pocket change. Well, the corridor would get dead-ended, so I suppose the storeroom is the best option here. Coin, grab the key, grab the gemstone. That lock looks very gardenish. But it's only an illustration, so who knows? That one says 2:30. Best time to go to the dentist, by the way. Let's see what we can draft off the one remaining direction that we haven't gone yet. Observatory it is. We do have one gem, we can do that now. And that'll make the observatory better in the future. I don't know what the star icon does. I don't know what that does, but I have one now. You're a star. But now we've got a new room, so that means new notes. Where is the observatory in the listing? Number 42. That's the highest numbered room we've gotten so far. Just above the dining room. Let's see. 042. This is observatory. It costs 1 gem to draft. Gives +1 star. I should say it gives plus X amount of stars, where X equals number of times observatory has been drafted. We're bringing in a light amount of algebra to this now. Crazy stuff. Let's take a look at this description. Housing an impressively large telescope, Mount Holly's observatory is a window to the world above and beyond the clouds and sky. Through its mirrored lens, even a novice stargazer will be able to distinctly appreciate the wonder, signs, and constellations that punctuate the tapestry of night. I don't know what the stars do for me specifically. Let's see, we can rotate it in some different directions. I assume I want to rotate it to the point where I can actually see out of the opening there. Would be the idea. I gotta go. It was fun watching you play. Hope I'll be able to catch another stream. I appreciate you joining in. Glad you enjoyed your time here. I've been having a lot of fun just exploring these rooms, trying to figure out how we'll piece everything together. Yeah. Hope to see you again in the future as well. And enjoy the rest of your day. I wonder what the purpose of rotating this is, because I can't look out here. Let me go up the stairs. I should probably explore the rest of the room first, huh? Actually look around, use my eyes. Don't be so focused on looking outward when the truth may be within. If we want to draw something particularly profound from this room. The Fixed Stars, the Stargazer's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt. This book contains a complete starbase, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star +1 gold. The twins, 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. The slice gives +3 steps. 4 is Diamondus Minor, +1 gem. 5 is the Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. And then it just jumps to 7. Farmer's Apple. Apples are extra delicious today. A heck of a constellation. 8 is Clavis, the key. Gives +1 key. 11 is Diamondus Major, which gives +5 gems. 12 is Draxus the Dead. Boy, they didn't want to give an outline for that one. Dead end rooms are more common today. Yikes. 15 is the Sale. Clever wordplay here. Everything is 50% off today. Fun, fun. I appreciate it. 20 is Florealis, Bloom of the Sky. Green rooms are more likely to contain special quote-unquote flowers today. What does that mean? What do you mean quote-unquote flowers? Oh boy, I guess I should write these down, huh? At least this room's got some music to pad it out while I write all of this down. Let's see, contains Book of Constellations. Let's see. 1 is North Star. +1 gold. Oh boy, I get to do a bunch of writing because I would prefer to just have everything written down rather than have to split myself between a Word, like a Word document and screenshots. 2 is the Twins, which puts 2 trunks added to entrance hall, whatever purpose that serves. 3 is the Slice, which is +3 steps. Yeah, I don't know what they mean by flowers. I guess only time will tell. We have to get 20. We have to get 20 stars to even have a chance at that. Diamondus Minor gives +1 gem. So I assume that's what the stars that the observatory gives. I assume that's what these are for then. I wonder if the stars, those only show up. I guess we'll have to see what happens to the stars the next day. If these effects are things that will only happen once we've drafted the observatory that day, and thus the stars can then have an effect after that point. Or if it's something that carries over, the stars carry over day to day, and each time we draft the observatory, we basically expand the pool of options at our randomly chosen disposal. I'm curious to see how that pans out. Let's get the Southern Cross written down. Having one of the effects be more dead ends are possible. That's kind of sketchy. But I suppose that balances out the 4-way room increase of the Southern Cross. So it kind of balances out potentially. 7 is the farmer's apple. And it seems like the pantry's always had an apple in it whenever I've come through. I don't know if that's a static spawn, if it always contains an apple, or if it's just way more likely to have an apple. Since I don't know what farmer's apple actually does directly, I'm just gonna copy the text. Just apples are extra delicious today. It's so playfully vague. I assume it gives extra steps or something. But how many extra steps is unknown to me at this time. I do think that this is probably the first element of the game that I feel like is actually considerable as some form of permanent progression, since the number of stars we acquire grows each time we draft this room, so it's something that persists more directly in perpetuity. It's kind of nice that there's something that gives just a little bit extra beyond just knowing how the rooms work on a fundamental level. Almost done here. There's good old Draxus. Get that written down, and then the next two. We have 15 for the sale. I love the way that they've done the wordplay here. So much fun. And then 20 for the elaborately named Florealis, Bloom of the Sky. That sounds like a D&D character or something. Like it would be in one of the pantheons or something, like Florealis, Bloom of the Sky. Like that's a patron deity that you that you operate in service of. Why did they put flowers in quotation marks? It's so weird to me. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, I wrote them all down. So now I know all the constellations. I've studied for the astrology test. What have we got going on here? Can I raise it up further? Oh, there we go. Needs like their own anime character animation every time they appear, sparkles and flowers. Absolutely. Oh, that's the wrong way. Turn the wrong way. Turn it the other way. There we go. We can actually look now. Wow. Could you believe it? 1 star equals 1 star. Gain 1. We've done it. We've gained a gold. I looked up at the sky and I got money. This door clearly has a lock on it. But I'm sure it's fine. Aw, can't go to the courtyard. I guess corridor is the only way to keep going forward. And hey, that means we might be able to sneak around having to have a key card for the commissary there. Because the corridor is always unlocked. So they can't lock me out of this next room. Tragic. We either dead end or dead end. It's like either a dead end or a loop, which means we are done with this day. But hey, we got a ton of new information about the astrological forms. Could have used that reroll die earlier. What is this? Oh, a genuine lucky rabbit's foot. Where's Amy? Where's Amy at this point? Somebody check on Amy. Tell her that the lucky rabbit's foot found its way to my stream. Greater chance of finding items. Well, too bad I can't go into literally any other rooms. This day is officially over. We are calling it because there's nowhere else for me to go. Yippee! Small cottage today. But we did get some new information. We got the observatory figured out. Keep on going. I'm gonna take a little nibble of food here. Getting kind of hungry. And I even ate right before the stream so that I wouldn't be hungry. Let me see here. I know I have something set up for this. Can I find it? If I just kind of quiet hide myself like that. And then beautiful. Just so people know what's going on if I'm quiet for a while. Because I don't like eating into the microphone. Because I know people are not a huge fan of eating noises. I generally am not either when it comes to like watching streams and stuff. So I'm gonna keep myself fed with sustenance. But I am gonna be a little quieter in between just because I don't want to be that. You can't throw ducks at me. You can't do that. Stop it. You can't even see the duck. Yeah, I extend the courtesy of not eating into the microphone. And I think this is the type of game that, you know, it generally works well enough for it. Because it's not like the moment-to-moment action of things is particularly high-paced and needs immediate reaction. So for this next run, I am going to be doing some eating alongside. So here we go. Let's see who's the lying liar today. The box that claims to be black has the gems. This box is the blue box. Well, that's false. This box is the black box. Well, that's false, which means that the box that claims to be black has the gems, which means that this box has the gems. Ta-da! Beautiful. It just works. Alright, since we're in a new room, I gotta bring myself back here. Put that away and bring myself back here. Because now we have first time here in the drawing room. Where does this line up in the room layout? Room 25, okay. Scroll way up. Right underneath the office. Alright, drawing room. It cost 1 gem to draft. Let's see. A social sitting room adorned wall to wall with artwork and drawings. An unfinished sketch of your uncle sits on an easel in the middle of the room, providing a vivid image of what were presumably his final days, depending on when the project was abandoned. So it says you may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. I don't know what that means. I'll just write that down real quick. You can draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. I guess we'll find out what that means when I draft to the next room. So I don't know if there's anything else in here. It's a nice portrait. I kind of wonder if there's going to be a room where getting there at a certain timing on the clock will matter to a puzzle or something. Let's see. So supposedly we can draw new floor plans while drafting from this room. Let's see what that means. Oh, you free rerolls. Oh, that's nifty. I think I will go with the hallway because that does seem useful enough that it is an option I would take. But that is interesting. Okay, let me write that down. So free draft rerolls. So we don't have to use something like the ivory dice to do that. Good to know. Good to know. Ooh, what's this? Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items in rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay. Yep, I had gathered that much because I have plenty of roguelite experience, so there's a lot of re-rolling mechanics I've been exposed to over time. No time like the present to check and see if we can enter the chapel with no coins. Ah, we can. Okay. So it's just if we have coins, we lose one every time we go through here, but we don't require coins to enter the room at all. That's good to know. That door's locked. Let's try this one. Ooh, observatory. I feel compelled to try and emphasize this in the early stages here, even if it's not advantageous layout-wise. Because it's the only form of permanent progression I've found so far, so I feel like I should really double down on it. As a bid to make future runs more successful. More potentially successful. So yeah, I've got a gem. I can make that happen. So now we have 2 stars. See, I guess the effects of the observatory will only take place once I look through the telescope. Today's the twins. A pair of... Oh, trunks. I don't know why I thought that meant tree trunks. I'm not used to trunks being a container. Hold on, let me... I'm gonna change that to say chests so I can actually parse what that means at a glance. Yeah, that's not what I thought they meant by trunks. I thought it was gonna be like just some tree trunks sprout up in the entrance hall, and it's like, why? What does that do for me? That makes more sense. Well, I suppose we're dead-ending one way or another. Might as well get a bunch of stuff while I'm at it. Coin, key, and gems. And we will lose the coin, because of course. But we've got a gem, and we've got a key. Oh, the key. Shouldn't have left the chapel. We can use the key to keep going forward. Do I want to use the corridor now? I feel like saving the corridor for closer to the end is the strategy. Let's make the den. Grab the gem. That's locked. That's also locked. Well, darn. Well, we're going back anyway. Off we go. La-de-dum-de-dum. Let's keep drafting off of this room. Courtyard. Nook would be nice. Get another key. Certainly could use more keys. Ooh, patio and terrace. 2 new green rooms. Spread gems in each green room. Okay. So the green rooms have pretty clear... These have pretty clear synergy. And theming. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for that. I want to check out the terrace. Oh, lovely. What a wonderful little spot. Let me head over to my notes. Go over to the green rooms and see where is this one on the list. This one's the earliest in the series. Alright, terrace. Green rooms. No longer cost gems to draft. I assume that's for the current day and not any further ones beyond that. Let's take a look at the description. A terrace balcony overlooking the grounds, providing an ideal spot for appreciating all the verdure and greenery that the estate offers. Yeah, it's a nice little spot here. I do appreciate how organically they've have the room layouts actually existing in the same space as the rest of the open world that you can see out in the distance here. Like the fact that the rooms, when they're placed toward the edges of the blueprint area, actually have windows that you can see outside. Stuff like that is a really nice. Let's see, we're pretty close to the entrance hall. I'm gonna go check these chests, and I'm curious to see if they're locked. They are locked. I would have to use a key. You know what? Sure, why not? I'm already here. Let's see what's inside. A pair of ivory dice and 4 coins. Let's draft a room to the left here. Could do a bedroom. See if there's anything in here. Ooh, apple. Yummy, tasty apple. Now, I haven't done secret passage before, so I want to try this out since I now have a gem I can actually use to draft it. Leads to a room of a color of your choice. And this is selecting the color. I do appreciate that the book titles are diegetically useful here. Wait, the signatures too? So the key to the bedroom, it's signed Violet down there, or it's, I assume that's like the publishing company. Red Rover Scarlet Drawback Press. Interesting. So the red rooms are, they're just negative consequences. So they're rooms with a bit more of a direct penalty to them. That explains how they link up thematically. So like the lavatory is a dead end. The chapel costs coins. The gymnasium costs steps. The dark room doesn't let you see which rooms you're drafting. Not to mention the whole fuse box thing for the gymnasium and the dark room being a possibility. Interesting. All right, let me write down, where does secret passage land in the lineup? It's a hallway. Okay. Go to hallways. Get secret passage. This costs 1 gem to draft, first of all, and then needs to a room of color of your choice. And that is between halls. Let's see, we've got, it's all the special types of rooms. So it can be bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, or red rooms. So it won't give you a standard numbered room to go into. It'll let you choose from one of the 5 special categories. Alright, let's read the description for Secret Passage. A small, quote-unquote, dead-end room with an ordinary bookcase that exemplifies the best means to escape the confinements of our world has always been through books. I love that they put dead end in quotation marks in the typing too. It's not actually a dead end. It just very much appears to be a dead end if you don't know what you're looking for. Of course, for game mechanics' sake, it's made a lot more obvious. But where would I want to go? Bedroom's kind of risky. And I don't want to do hallway because I don't want to accidentally use up corridor without being able to choose where I'm putting it. Definitely don't want any of the red rooms. I don't really have... I have some money. I feel like green rooms are more beneficial. I want to know more about those. Especially with that secret garden key being a thing. I wonder if that's past the orchard outside on the grounds, though. Let's go green. Aquarium is every color of room. Aquarium is crazy. What is this? The rainbow coloring on that, though? I don't know. I think I have to go to the aquarium. That looks too appealing not to. If it's every color of a room, where is it going to be categorized under? We're going to the aquarium, everybody. All right, let me figure out where this is in the lineup of things. Is it even in the list? Oh, it's room 45. It's right before the antechamber. Interesting. Okay, well, let me get that written down here. Oh, right below observatory here. Suppose I should also make a section for the antechamber. For the time that we actually eventually get there. And then we make a section for the aquarium, which is room 44. I feel like the secret room honestly would be one of the most consistent ways to actually access the aquarium at all. being able to directly interact with the choice of what color of room you're going to. But what a fun little space. Got some little fish friends. They've even got their own little aquarium furniture too. Is that a grill? Why do they have a play grill in there? I got a little bedroom space. Oh, big boy in the office. How are they going to eat? Fish don't use grills. This isn't SpongeBob. We can't have the fire underwater excuse. What is... Such fun decorations. Filing cabinets of all things. I don't think I've ever seen an aquarium decorated with miniature filing cabinets. That's a first for me. I'm sure if someone's already done it, I just have never seen it. My goodness. We're really running out of room here. I think I have to... Hey, how are the fish gonna eat? We'll build a kitchen for them. How about that? They can have a kitchen en suite right here. All the food they could ever want. You know, there's something really funny about, welcome to the kitchen, check our menu, banana. Why is banana the first thing on the list? Imagine going to a restaurant and just ordering a banana. Nothing special about it, nothing prepared, it's just banana. For $2. What could you possibly expect from a restaurant banana? Club sandwich gives 15 steps. Oh, tomato soup provides a positive benefit for all of the negative aspects of red rooms, huh? Plus 5 steps for every red room in your house. Nifty. I mean, I guess I could go and buy bananas. I don't know if you can buy multiple of the same thing. I don't know, I guess I'll hold on to the coins for now, because I don't know what I'm going to draft next. But I need to write down kitchen as a shop room. Go down to the shops. Create a section for kitchen. And I didn't see anything else in here. I think the kitchen's a pretty self-explanatory location. So yeah, the other shop room that we've encountered had a poster board, like the cork board with some notes. I think the sink is broken. Well, wonder what kind of pet we've got around here. Somebody put out somebody's got a food and water bowl out here. Oh, the door is locked. No. All right, I'm getting the extra steps from the bananas here. So we got to do some backtracking to the entrance hall. Oh, don't got no ding dang keys. What can we draft over here? Well, this is the this is possibly the end of the day. Unless the pool can save us from ourselves. I don't think it can. But who knows? I could gamble it all on the closet having a key of some kind. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, there is a key and a key card. Beautiful. Double the key. Well, in that case, we could go either back to the den, or we can try and go through the kitchen. I don't have any coins, so the chapel won't do anything negative to my cash flow because there is none. And I do want to see what we can do to try and get further north. I want to try and practice that process. So let's head up that way. Since we're finally not going into any new rooms for a little bit, I'm gonna go back to my original plan of eating. Kind of had to jump back in sooner than I expected because we had a bunch of new rooms basically back to back there. And now we're back to the normal stuff, at least while we're backtracking. So, back to eating for me. Tragic. You hate to see it. I might use the other redraw. Ooh, library, new room again. I just want to eat, but with new rooms, I want to explore and read. Oh boy. Okay. Here. I'm gonna open the door, but I'm gonna take one more bite of food before we go into the next room. So give me a moment. I'm so sorry if you heard any chewing. I forgot to mute again. I unmuted to say something. I forgot to put it back. I'm not used to eating on stream, so hopefully not too much of that came through. I think there was a little bit. I am so sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to do it. It was a mistake. I'm sorry. Oh, I deserve that duck. Additional reading. Oh, the supplementary reading. Let's go. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in your house, press R to pull up the directory. There's a hotkey for that. I don't have to go through here and then here. Nice. And that means you can immediately back out without having to go through the blueprint. menu again. Very cool. All right, we are in the library. JK, I didn't hear anything. That's good. I had noticed that I wasn't muted that second time. And so I was like, I just need to make sure that I recognize and acknowledge that something was amiss. So let's see, where is library? Library number 27. Scroll back up. 027. Library. Discover less common floor plans while drafting library. So increased chance for more rare floor plans. Did this have a drafting cost? No. Okay. All right. Two, and why you throw a duck at me? Oh no. I'm getting low in the library. Mount Holly Library book request form number 124. Good golly. It's going pretty good. Book request form in libraries only. Books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Of all places to get low, library's got to be high on my list. Low in a nice easy chair with a good book. Absolutely, I can agree there. Books and periodicals requested will be pulled and available next time you draft the library. Huh. Interesting. Well, I know we've already read The Fixed Stars. That was in the observatory. Oh. Drafting strategy architectural digest seems particularly pertinent. I think we might go with that one. Because we already know this book's contents. I wrote those down. And we haven't been to the pump room, so I don't think I really need to know how to operate the pump system right now. The only other thing that seems maybe more compelling is I see the name Reddington here, and I know we've had a couple of ties or mentions of Reddington in other rooms, so that might be something to look at later. But drafting strategy architectural digest seems just way too specifically useful. But I want to make a note of the request form. Let's see. Request form can be used to request a book for the next time library is drafted. All right. So the next time we draft the library, we'll have access to the drafting strategy book. You know, it's not often that a game provides its own strategy guide. I imagine it's not quite that comprehensive, but it seems like it's somewhere in that realm of utility. Let's see, Mount Holly Records. Oh, hey, it's a stats menu. You can see how long I've been playing, how many days. So you can see the longest day. Wow, an hour 36 on that second run was crazy work. Average day is 47 minutes. What fun. Puzzle records? Oh, that's fun. You could have a win-loss ratio for your puzzles. Parlors drafted 4. Parlors solved 4. I understand the parlor game. That's fun. I love how much diegetic detail there is. Like having your stats be in a room of the estate is really fun. Oh, look, a scrapbook. The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. Hey, that's me. The Reddington Herald. Okay, so we must be in Reddington. Oh, there's that orchard with the locked gate. If only I could zoom in on this picture so I could see it. I could see the code. That's definitely how it would work in this game, right? Sorry, something came to mind. I kept looking back at this picture because something about the way that he's kind of out of frame makes it feel like one of those felt cute, might delete later kind of pictures. Oh, it's more stats. My favorite, quote unquote, favorite floor plans. The den. Can't seem to ever pass it up. So you can see the most drafted, the most paid for, like the ones I've spent the most currency to draft. Most time spent in. Oh, that's fun. This game tracks a lot. There's a lot. Contraptions I've made. What do you mean contraptions I've made? Kitchen receipt banana. 2 gold paid in full. Have a great day. Largest purchase. My largest purchase was 2 gold for a banana. That's so funny. And there's all these empty spaces for other things. Ah, that's so funny. There's the observatory. Most avoided floor plans, the nursery, number 1. Oh, that's so funny. Maybe one day. Stop it. Get some help. That's so funny. Oh, I know it doesn't really mean anything on its own, but just with no context, that's super funny. The concept of it is so funny to me. Just most avoided room nursery. Oh man, oh my gut kind of hurts from laughing. Stop. I can't laugh anymore. I need to pull myself together. I need to get some help. It feels like the devs had stats and metrics and just went, maybe you would like see? I mean, goodness gracious, they definitely... They had all that stuff. Do we rip out the code from the playtest? No. Expose it. Make it a feature. You have to make it a feature. I feel like the type of people that would be playing this game would more likely value that level of detail, though. Just to be able to see how their experience in this place differs from other people's playthroughs and things like that. Oh yeah, that was a hearty laugh from me. It earned that laugh. Most avoided room nursery that's gonna stick with me for the rest of the day. That is so funny. I don't think there's anywhere else I can go. I think I'm out of locations to traverse because I don't have any more keys and every other doorway is locked. So we're gonna call it a day. We're gonna call it a day. Of course, then you gamify and you get, how can I do a run that gets, yeah, whatever stat. I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if you heard it while you were lurking, but I imagine people have already tried and likely succeeded, at least one person has, to build the blueprint that contains every single individual room in a single day. I imagine it's possible, but you're really beholden to a lot of RNG, I would think. 6 new rooms, it's not too bad. But that seems like the most logical next step in terms of challenge goals. Is just, can I get a blueprint that is fully filled out? But also, how can I get it to say my most avoided room was the bathroom? Or after trying that, the bedroom. Yeah, that's fair. It is somewhat dependent on luck because it needs to come up in the draft, and you also have to not choose it. So it really is just there's so much randomness to it. But God, that's so cosmically funny that it just happens to be something that you don't have to extrapolate very much to give it a narrative of its own, to give it its own comedic importance. Because it could have been a very standard, boring room that was the most avoided, but no, it's one that has a lot of potential emotional aspects to it. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, okay. I think I'm better now. We're going to the parlor. We're playing the parlor game. Let's go. My favorite room, despite what the game says, just because I've been in the den the most frequently, the parlor is easily one of my favorites. This box is black. Yes, it is. Good job. The gems are in a true box. This box is blue. So that means, since these two boxes are telling the truth, this box has to be the one that's lying, which means the gems are not in a true box, which means that this is the box that has the gems in it. I'm a genius. Ooh, observatory. Absolutely, yes please. I will use one of those gems to get another star and look and see what my luck ends to be. Ooh, 3 extra steps. Wonderful. Good stuff. We are kind of meandering toward the eastern edge here. Oh, the billiard room. I wish I could go in that room and not dead-end myself. I think I have to go to the den, my favorite room. I mean, how could you not love this room? There's clocks and more clocks, and if you look over here, there's a big clock. I want to use the courtyard and see if the sledgehammer is a consistent... Oh, it has a metal detector this time. Greater chance of finding keys and coins. Nice. Door's locked with a key card, so I can't go through there. Hey, wait a minute. These dirt piles, do you think a shovel might do something with these? I haven't gotten a shovel yet, so I don't know what its purpose is. Who knows? Let's do a hallway. I don't want to use all my gems right away. Door's locked. I guess we're using the key here. I think we can use the billiard room now. I do want to explore this room because this is the other puzzle room. Oh boy, billiard room time. Let's see, what room number are you? You are number 6. Roll up here. Very kind of them to put the 2 puzzle rooms directly next to each other in the room order. I wonder actually if there's sort of a chronology that you could piece together from the numbers of the rooms. Because I wonder, let me check. Because the wine cellar is kind of toward the, it's closer to the middle. But things like the pool and the sauna, I don't know, the dining room though. I feel like the dining room wouldn't be a super new addition to an estate of this size. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. So let me do the billiard room, mark off here. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Can't wait to see what we've got in here, but let's read the description first. This smoky back room, featuring a pool table and fully stocked bar, has served as a retreat on more than one occasion for guests lacking the social wit required for after-dinner conversation. A rather curious game of darts provided the less competitive players a unique opportunity to ponder over its unusual rules. So yeah, we found a note earlier. I think it was in the guest bedroom when we went in there on the first day. It mentioned something about the rules of this game of darts is not the same as would be standard. So what I need to determine is, what are they expecting? Because there's a blue segment there. I'm just kind of looking through and making sure all the numbers are there first of all. It looks like all the numbers exist on there. Wonder if there's any other documents that might have some sort of hint toward how it functions. So I don't see any other pages or anything, so I think this might be more of a trial and error type of game here. I do see these operations symbols here. I suppose we can just try it and see what happens then. Is there anything I can do specifically with it? Oh, I see. I have to click some of the numbers. So let's see, we have a plus, a minus, a times, and division in that order on both sides. There's one dart over here, 3 darts here, but one of these darts is red. Okay, 16, turns to 10 and 4. What happens if I hit 10? No? I don't know what they're expecting. So let's see, 16. Because the note specifically went out of its way. Let me go find where that was in the bedrooms here. Yeah, it's a mathematical game that doesn't follow the normal rules. You don't have to be familiar with the normal rules of darts to be able to play it. So I assume the main important thing is just to figure out the relevancy of the numbers themselves. So hitting 16 when it was there splits it onto 4 and 10. Do I hit the 14? Oh, I see. Okay. I'm trying to remember which ring is double and which ring is triple. Cause yeah, that's unless maybe that's a minus in this case because it's not following the normal rules of darts. So I have to get that out of my brain. If it's 18, if it's minus 10, if we consider this as a minus 10, it would be 8. Okay, so this inner ring is a minus. So 9 minus 5, 4. So the internal wedge, this is basically addition. This is subtraction. I would assume this is multiplication and this is division then. So 4 multiplied by 2, that would be 8. Okay, I think I understand it then. So it's 15. Oh, order of operations? I don't think my little old heart can take it. I'm gonna assume it's from inner to outer is the order. So 15 minus 11 being 4 and then multiplying that by 3 to get 12. Nice. I have intuition. Incredible. And I get 2 keys. That is a pretty worthwhile reward, that's for sure. Oh boy. I appreciate that puzzle for not requiring knowledge of darts because gosh, I can't even remember the last time I played a game of darts. I would not have been able to decipher if it's specified by things like, oh, you know darts? You know this specific way of playing darts with these specific rules? It's like, oh, what do you mean? Thank goodness they made something that's a familiar format, but not necessarily requiring outside knowledge. I think that can be a really important distinction for puzzle games, whether or not you need to know things externally from the game to be able to succeed inside of the game. Oh, my brain. There's been a lot going on. A lot of note taking, trying to puzzle solve, but it's what I signed up for. I specifically played this game with that in mind, and boy, it is serving. View inventory of all items currently in the house. It is a new room. I am curious about it. let's check it out. Is there any other... I want to make the notes about the billiard room puzzle so that I remember how it functions. Let's see. From the center, the dartboard order of operations is addition, which is a wedge, subtraction, which is the inner ring, and then multiplication. I guess I should call this inner wedge for the other one. Inner wedge, and then inner ring, and then multiplication for the outer wedge. And we didn't see it in action, but there's only one other common operation, mathematical operation to go with, so I assume division would be the outer ring. Just so I keep that in mind. Okay. Oh, my eyes. We have a cutscene? Hello? The security room has a cutscene? Have a cutscene? First one since the absolute introduction of the entire game. I didn't expect this room to have story narrative relevance. But they're hyping this up. The array. What is going on? Oh. Yep, that's a live feed. That is definitely a live feed. The frame rate on it is kind of low, but I guess they don't really need high frame rate on their monitoring. Oh, Scribble coffee. The tastiest beverage. Oh, look. Oh, it updates. Oh, it updates. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's crazy. Blue memos are true, red memos are lies, unless written by hand. What do you mean? This room is massive. Hold on. There's a lot to process in this one room alone. This is the revelation room. And the music really just sells that. Hold on. I need to write this down. I guess that's why it had a cutscene. Turns out people have been not telling the truth potentially this whole time. Through the notes. Crazy stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna make a note of it having a cutscene. First of all. You know, this is one of those things I wonder if somebody does like a boundary break kind of thing. If you have a free cam, stay here, and you go to one of the other rooms that is shown on this live feed here. I wonder if it does update in real time once you're outside of this room still. That's interesting. It seems like it maybe updates after I've traveled a certain amount of distance in a single... Well, a certain amount of distance since the last snapshot. Something, I don't know. I wasn't expecting that though. Okay. Note on desk says blue memos equals true. Red memos equals lies. Not false, lies. With a subscript that adds, what does it say exactly? Unless written by hand. Well, hey, I did see some red text earlier in the office when they were discussing book purchases. So that might be worth revisiting at some point. And I have seen at least one case of a single word being written in a different font, in a different style of writing within the same sentence. I don't know if that holds any relevancy. I probably initially only bothered to update it for where you could see the screens. Yeah, I figure since you have to draft this room, I assume it doesn't really exist necessarily until you actually added it to the blueprint of the house. So there definitely would be no need to have it running things until right now, basically. All right, we've got the note board. This is that same staff notice about the computer terminals. Oh yeah, this is security. We do have one of these terminals here. Welcome to Mount Holly Security. Oh boy. There was more stuff to read on that cork board. I'll come back to the computer in a moment. I just want to look around, make sure I'm keeping track. Okay. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. If only I knew when this notice was put up, because I feel like that would make a difference. That would be very handy to know. But I'll write it down anyway. Let's see. Posting says antechamber no longer requires access lever. I'll put a question mark on that. Keep that noted there. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Yeah, this is kind of what I figured. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Yeah, that makes sense. So, keycard and regular locks are more common further north. That kind of lined up with what I was experiencing, so that makes sense. Good to have confirmation here, though. All right, now let's take a crack at that computer here. I gotta do the same thing I did for the office and write down the different functions available on it. Let's see. Computer, terminal with multiple options. First one is view estate inventory. Second one is keycard system. Curious to see what that does. And then this also has a login to network, but I don't have the password still. Because somehow this posting in multiple different rooms has been scribbled out the exact same way. I do wonder if this has anything to do with the book that was potentially requested from the office earlier. I was looking back at the notes for it. I don't think there's anything I can specifically glean from it right now. So let's take a look at the computer options, see what they do. Starting with viewing the estate inventory. The following is a detailed list of items currently in the house that have yet to be collected. This list will be updated as new rooms are added. So there's a trunk somewhere. Let me see. View estate inventory keeps an updated list of all items currently in the house. Pretty self-explanatory. Keycard system. Security doors are doors within the estate that can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Let's see. Keycard system provides current operational status of keycard locks. Or I guess of the keycard lock system. And this also has additional options. See, there's a system settings option. We'll see what that does. Security level medium, offline mode locked. These menus go deeper and deeper. Let's see, changing the security level and offline mode. Let's see if I can do anything with the security level. Determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. You should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting and 5 or 6 with a high setting. So in theory, I'd want to have this low. And then offline mode. Oh. Determines the default setting the security doors will be set to if power is lost. Oh, that's so smart. That's cool though. I wasn't sure which way the doors would act when I had the circuit breakers turned off for those rooms. Turns out you can have it be either one. I assume that it defaults to medium and locked. It defaults to these settings. But then I can change them if I get a security room. Oh, this is a good room. Oh, this is a very good room. And it only costs 1 gem. There are rooms that cost 2. This one only costs 1. I don't know how. See, changing the security level and offline mode for weather. The key card locks will be locked or unlocked when unpowered. All right, that's enough detail that I should be able to work with it. I'll just copy over my note from the office about the login password still being unknown. But absolutely unlock them if the power goes out. Yeah, pretty sweet room we've got here. There's a lot of good utility. And it's got 2 doors you can leave through. This room is great. Because it also lets you see how many items are currently in the house. I wonder which room I missed the trunk in. Guess I wasn't looking hard enough. I'm not gonna backtrack to try and find it, since I might get forced backwards at some point anyway. Oh, the furnace, huh? More likely to draw red rooms while drafting. Oh, hey, workshop. Wonder if it has an option to help you avoid your least favorite room. I wonder if there are. We still have plenty of rooms we haven't seen yet, so there is potential. Let's see, workshop. Combine inventory to create new items. Well, that seems interesting. I think out of all the options here, I'm not going to use furnace because that dead ends me, so workshop it is. Oh, metal detector? Metal detector? Hello, sledgehammer. Well, if we do find that trunk at some point. Oh. Puzzle sheet music, huh? Okay. I guess I'll take a look at that in a moment. Hey, if we do end up going backwards to try and find that trunk, now I have a hammer, so I can just open it without having to use a key. The true box does not always contain the prize. That is true. Verifiably so. Let's see, what room number is the workshop? Oh, it's right next to the security room in the numbered order, too. How convenient. Let's see, workshop. Apparently allows combination of items to create new ones. To figure out what that means. We've also got this sheet music puzzle here. Let's take a look at this workbench. Combine inventory to create new items. I have the metal detector. Plus the sledgehammer. Yeah, that's definitely gonna work. And nothing I have right now will be of use, but if I come across anything, I'll just make a section for discovered recipes. Just so I have something in place for later when I do have items I can actually combine in some meaningful way. Alright, time to transcribe the lyrics of this sheet music here. The sheet music with the following lyrics. Because I assume the lyrics are the important part here, judging by how one of the words is specifically bolded. Let's see, stones cut by hand. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought. Do spell, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I want to format this in a way that's not going to take up a ton of space, but still be readable. Do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. So now I have that written out. Let me kind of look at it all together. So stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. We have this carved letter T here. I'm not going to be able to get any further in this room, so I don't have a key card. Unfortunately, turning the security level down didn't save us from that. And I don't think there's any way to power down this room, that I'm aware of at least. This seems like the most esoteric puzzle hint that I've been given so far. Among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letters are not. I think I might have to ruminate on that one. I will make a note of the carved letter T right next to it. Okay. Very interesting. Probably the most mysterious thing that we've handled since we got that secret garden key that we couldn't end up using. We didn't find a place for it. I'll keep this in mind. Let's try going south. Requires a key, we'll do that. There's that nursery again. There's that nursery again. Study. Oh, if you build the study while drafting, you may spend gems to redraw floor plans up to 8 times. Would be great if I had gems at all. But it's either that or the dark room. And the dark room is quite a gamble because not only does it not let me see what floor plans I'm drafting, I also might not even be able to get into another room from here if the power goes out. But you know what? We live a little. And there goes the power. Oh, we can draft. Interesting. I guess the other time it was just locked. Oh, wait. If I turned the lights back on, do you think that would let me see the drafts I'm doing again? Maybe that's the trade-off here. Maybe that's what it is. Let me write that down as something I need to test later. Because yeah, last time I was in this room, I just couldn't interact with the door because it was locked. But now we can just blindly pick a room, I guess. This one requires a gem. I don't know what it is, but it requires a gem. This one. It's the lavatory. Whoopie-doo. Is there anything in here? Not a darn thing for me. What joy. Well, I guess I get a chance to look for that trunk then. I don't know which room it's in. It's gotta be around here somewhere. One of these rooms has gotta have it. Oh, there it is. Hello. It was in my favorite room. Couple of ivory dice. Handful of coins. No gems, so no veranda. Code check. Check one item and retrieve it on another day. Interesting. I think I'll try that out. The question is, which item would I want to check? Do I want to put the metal detector or the sledgehammer in there? Because metal detector, greater chance of finding keys and coins. sledgehammer, at least for trunks, removes the need for keys to open the trunks at the very least. I feel like the metal detector is more encompassing. You can retrieve this item on any day you have a coat check in your house. Okay, so I will leave that there. Because I think that will be useful to have in the back pocket. I'm not going to worry too much about optimizing this day's layout. Today has been mostly about learning new rooms. Where is the coat check is number 38. Let me write that down here. Scroll back up. It's number 38. The coat check allows banking of one item that can be retrieved on any day a coat check is drafted. Get that written out. And that is the sole purpose of this room, I think. Simple, straightforward. A cloakroom where guests may leave their coats, bags, or hats in exchange for a claim ticket. This floor plan was usually drafted adjoining the entrance hall during larger social events, such as a ball or gala. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna have to do a little bit of backtracking to the entrance hall. See if we can't make a little bit more progress in some different rooms. Let's head to the left. Pantry is a good option. Not only extra coins, but also a couple extra steps from the apple. Let's try a redraw. Yeah, I guess it's the chapel. I'm gonna lose a coin passing through, but that is fine. Boy, they really do not want me to make forward progress. Yeah, no, this is the end of the line. No other rooms we can do there. Let's try there. Ooh, West Wing Hall might actually save us here. Spare room, keep going north as far as we can. Off to the corridor. Don't have to worry about locks in here. Gymnasium. Just keep working our way northward as much as we can. See if that door's locked. See if I click on this door and it's not locked, then I'm forced to make a drafting choice for that door. So I want to keep going this way. Well, so much for that. I wonder if, You know, I should have made the utility closet because I wonder if turning the lights off in the gymnasium removes the exhaustion penalty. Huh. Hey, little buddy. How you doing? Oh yeah, stay hydrated. That's quite the setup they've got here. Yeah, if I get another chance, I would like to see if I can... I want to test those circuit breakers for these rooms. Well, here's that safe again. I don't know if there's anything I can glean from this picture that would assist with finding the combination. There's no way the combination is as simple as 1, 2, 2, 5, right? No way. No way, dude. Oh, that is so funny. There's no way. My time playing Deltarune has prepared me for this exact moment. There is no way. What room is this? The boudoir? Hold on. I had to scroll down to the bedrooms. It's 1225 because Christmas. It's that simple. That's so silly. But I love it. While I'm here, I also need to make a note for the gymnasium to test out that circuit breaker. Let me rephrase how I've written this here. Does the utility... Does turning the utility breaker for this room off remove the exhaustion effect? Because Christmas. That's the only justification. It's just the fact that the safe was a Christmas gift. That is basically the same kind of logic. Well, maybe marginally more logic than having the combination 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on your luggage. Oh, that's so silly. So silly. All right, I've got my notes in order here for the red rooms. I want to try those out later. Ooh, what is that? Is that the little stand that the gem was on? 3 gems. 4. Wait. I feel like I should write this number down. Something tells me this number is important in some way. I wonder what it could be. Oh boy. I'm having a grand old time with this. Okay, hold on. Contains Gem jewel and a letter with a circled red number 4 on the front. So let's read this letter and see what we got in here. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marian's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not, by that same display of weakness, clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid, and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year. Daniel. Holy cow, that is a well-written letter. Kudos to the writer who drafted that one. That was some masterclass letter writing. Needless to say, we will not be coming over for Christmas this year. If you really needed a reason, here it is. Betrayal. My good gravy, it just kept digging deeper. It was so aggressive. But this is what people mean when they say they're writing a sternly worded letter to somebody. Like, that's the kind of energy. That nailed the energy of a sternly worded letter perfectly. I do want to take one last look at that letter and see if there's any other Marion. I want to get the name. So I can kind of keep the general gist of the letter in my notes somewhere. Oh. It's in my inventory now. Interesting. Yeah, the red letter is here now. Wonder if there's a meaning to that. They wouldn't put it there if there weren't a reason for it. I guess we'll see what we can draft off of here. Except it's locked. So we've only got one more room we can draft. And it's all the way back down at the West Wing Hall. Assuming it's not locked. It is the West Wing, so it is more likely to be locked. Hey, breaker box, I can do some testing here. Okay. Turn off the gymnasium. Turn off the keycard entry system. Right, I can do that because I went to the security room and I turned that to off. I don't have very many steps left at this point. I don't know if I can even get back to the... I don't know if I can even get back there with the steps I have. It would take 9 steps to get to the courtyard. And it would take all 13 steps to get back to the workshop, at which point I would just collapse from exhaustion. So I guess we can try and check the courtyard's door, because it's the only other thing I can reach at this point. As much as I'd like to test the gymnasium theory, there will be other opportunities to do that. Might as well try to make the most of... Well, we do also have this route. We could get ourselves a guest bedroom. Oh, look, a keycard. Well, golly, I don't even need to have the power turned off then. Oh well. It's already off, so... We do have extra steps now, though. We could make it to the workshop again. So that would be 13, 12, 11, 10... That would give us 8 steps to work with from there. Let me try drafting something from here. Ooh, very dark. More likely to draw green rooms while drafting. Do I want to go in there, though, is the question. I don't think I've been in the greenhouse, have I? Let me check my green rooms notes. No, I haven't been in there yet. For science. Ah, yes. I see the antechamber. The southern access point does need a lever. More sheet music. And a number. Right, there's a number on the top of the other one. It was an 8. I remember that. I'm glad I remember that. Where is the workshop? I didn't even write the number for the workshop room number. Weird. Let me copy this over. Greenhouse is a green room. Where is it in relation to the other green rooms? List-wise, it's after the veranda. Okay. Let's get that put there, and then greenhouse. This did cost a gem to draft. It contains a broken lever. Oh yeah, I had a greenhouse copy thing earlier. I'm all the way back in the office. Contains a broken lever that assumably unlocks the southern entrance to the antechamber. So it looks like that. So it looks like that's what it's indicating. I guess I can get rid of this other greenhouse copy paste because it's not worded as well as what I was gonna write anyway. So let me write down this effect here. Makes green rooms more common to draft. All right, let me get the sheet music note again. That was up here, workshop. Go all the way back down to the greenhouse. And this one's labeled 5 and has the following lyrics. So I'll write that down when we get there, but I want to read the description. This room is always warm as its glass walls and roof help to retain the sun's rays. The gardener, however, should be scolded for the soil here is dry and the flower beds are devoid of all signs of life. I mean, the fact that there is green still in here is... it's a testament to something. This wall doesn't seem diagonally suspicious at all. Certainly not. I have to make a note of this too. It's just the wall next to the lever is suspiciously door-shaped. Like, clearly, these bricks are out of alignment with the others for a reason. And I assume it has to do with this lever, so I'm wondering if maybe the greenhouse is the only way to get into the antechamber. Hard to know for sure until we actually get to the antechamber in some way. We've got some lyrics to write down. Let's see here. Trees found inside will never be shade. The gems that shine in night and rain. The clue you hold cannot be paid. With gems nor coin, so toss away. These sheets you find a worthy trade. I think it's boiling down to that these music sheets are the things I should be paying attention to, that these are important. But also another bolded word. I'm gonna put this separate spot. So we have 5, which is sheets, and then we have 8, which was, if I scroll back up to the workshop, message. And we'll keep that in mind. Gathering a lot of good clues here, though. Very glad I went in the greenhouse. Got some important intel from that. Let's see if we can make our way back to the workshop. Go through the keycard door. Where to from here? I don't have enough gems for the cloister. We gotta do library if we don't want a dead end. Back again, back again. We can check out our updated stats. Boy, oh boy. Ooh, a gem. Oh yeah, book. Kimberly Thompson was the previous borrower. And we have a date for when this takes place. Oh, November of 93, right. So let's see, drafting strategy, Architectural Digest, Volume 3. I feel like I should maybe, this is something I might want to take screenshots of, because that's a lot to read through. So, let me begin taking screenshots here. From the first page. And then I'll save all of these later. Potential within. Aim to provide architects with some strategies and assist them in developing their own. Seems useful for a first-time player like me. Have gems while drafting. If you lack the gems to consider all 3 presented options, you may be forced to draft a room you do not want. Focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems and prioritize acquiring gems as early as you can. Yeah, that makes sense. I will never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. Yeah, I figure the hallways are pretty useful in the later parts. Especially the corridor. And yeah, this is a pretty nice little diegetic point of guidance to have available. Super nice. Draft early ranks first. A very common mistake beginners make is drafting in a straight line north. AKA me. Ignoring the many unopened doors they left behind in the entrance hall and rooms of the early ranks. Yeah, it's usually a resource issue. That makes sense. So you want to try and capitalize on the earlier parts with more rooms than just a straight path. Okay. That's good for me to keep in mind. See, I'm learning so much. That's why I started with this book. It seemed like a very pertinent and useful book. Because this is exactly what my blueprints look like. And yeah, they end about as well as you'd think. Yeah, this makes sense. Just crafting rooms that make other rooms have benefits. Doing them in the right order, like that. That's what the bunk room is for. That's why it specifies 2 bedrooms. Whenever you draft a bedroom game 5, bunk room counts as 2. That makes sense. It's nifty though. Whoa, the conference room looks really crazy. Whenever items would be spread throughout the house, they're placed in this room instead. Oh, that's interesting. This is also a little bit of a preview of some other rooms we're going to come up on. Attic gives you 8 items. The more items you have, the greater your chances of being able to create a contraption and workshop. This is wild stuff. That's super useful. 2-pair combos aren't the only form of room synergy. You'll find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. Yeah, the utility closet. It confirms the things I was gonna test. Grants west path access, so the garage door is it's a doorway. This is so much to take in. This is so much stuff. I'm taking screenshots of all of this. There's so much information. So much information. So yeah, the dark room, you turn the lights back on after blowing a fuse. Gymnasium, turn lights off to prevent step loss. Don't question the logic. Just accept the benefit. Her ladyship's chamber. Next time you enter boudoir, gain 10 steps. Next time you enter walk-in closet, gain 3 gems. Whoa. I did see the boiler room come up as an option. Connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room all have uses for steam power. What? What does that mean? The pump room controls the water level throughout rooms in the estate and can interact directly with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features outside of the main house. What are you talking about? That's wild. We've barely scratched the surface of this game, huh? These 2 alone, the boiler and the pump room, these are gonna be so important. Oh yeah, the kitchen. I did notice that it shows what's gonna be served in the dining room. Bunk room, besides counting as 2 bedrooms, bunk room also counts as 2 rooms. So increases the amount of steps granted by master bedroom. The amount of gold spread by the tomb. And the amount of keys found in the servants' quarters. Each time you solve a puzzle, in billiard room or parlor, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Oh, they're supposed to be getting harder? The parlor ones are supposed to be getting more difficult? I'm sorry, I didn't even notice. It does say slightly, but whoa. The day after drafting freezer, it enters a cooldown refreezing cycle during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours, okay? If you're stuck or don't know what to do, sometimes it's smart to move on. Very good chance you find a piece of information down the road, makes sense. When in doubt, draft rooms you have never seen before. This I already was on. I had this one on lock. Although with this volume we have provided our readers with many potential strategies and tricks to try, we here at Architectural Digest hope that aspiring architects know that there truly is no set blueprint for success. Forging your own path and coming up with your own unique strategies will, in our humble opinion, always provide the best results. Each architect has his own favorite room, each builder his own favorite tool, and thus each player in turn will develop their own style of play and discover their own secrets and tricks that they can share with the world, or keep to themselves. Whatever strategy you employ, we wish you best of luck drafting and hope you build the house of your dream. Well, how delightful. And I've got so much knowledge. So much knowledge just from this one book. So the next time I draft the library, I imagine the request form will be back on the table. Ah, that was so much to take in. Look at our records here. We're still batting 1,000 on the puzzle records. That's what I like to see. Got anything new in the scrapbook? Oh, that was the claims. My first claim ticket was the metal detector. Cool. My favorite floor plan is now the West Wing Hall. But Den is still the most drafted. Most time spent in the library. Entrance hall, library, and security. That just makes sense. Still no contraptions. Nursery is still up there as the most avoided floor plan. It's still funny to me. Okay, let's see what else we can... Ooh. What else I can get motion sick on. Oh, no, it's locked. Yeah, I think that's the end of the day then. No more exploration. 'Cause 5 steps is not going to get me anywhere useful at this point. So I think both in-game and in real life, we're going to call it a day. But look at that blueprint. Look how much progress we've made. 6 new rooms and still going strong. We've got a lot left to find, but we've learned a lot today too. I'm looking forward to picking this back up again next time. But that will be it for me for today. Thank you all for being here and hanging out. This has been a lot of fun. It was just about to end, actually. I was letting this one run a little bit longer since, hanging out with family yesterday means I don't have to worry about doing dinner plans the same way I normally would after the stream. So I am wrapping up now. I was gonna look at one thing real quick. I was gonna see if... see what's going on right now over here. Because one thing I have not done for a long time, mainly because I don't have a list of designated people to do this with, I haven't done any raids coming out of the streams. Because I don't usually have people to raid into. But I think I have something that might be worth checking out. And it looks like they just started up this stream 6 minutes ago, actually. This timing kind of works out. It's a channel called Care for Kittens. And it's just like a foster cat cam channel. So I thought that might be something interesting to try raiding out to. So we're gonna give that a try today. I've watched it a little bit. And it seems like a pretty chill place to hang out. So we will give that a try here. And hey, Seribot actually gets to say the raid the raid stuff. How wonderful. So that will be it for me for today. We'll be heading on over to chill out with some kittens as a way to kind of keep the more chill-paced nature of things rolling along. Thank you all for being here and hanging out. This game is giving me a lot to work with in terms of I've got a lot of notes to refer back to, lots of things to think about, and plenty more to learn and discover the next time we play. So we'll pop on over, chill out with some kittens, and I will see you guys on the next stream. Remember that somebody cares about you because I care about you. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.